With the Barnyard Animal Pack launching today, what better thing to do than to start a little mini-series using all the animals from this new Planet Zoo DLC to create a cozy farmstead barnyard on the top of a mountain. If you're excited to see more, then definitely stay tuned to find out. Hey everyone, my name is the Lady Designer, and today we are back with a brand new series to enjoy the new Planet Zoo Barnyard Animal Pack. Let me know in the comments down below what animal from this pack you are looking forward to the most, and make sure to subscribe to the channel for more Planet Zoo content. If you are still interested in grabbing the Planet Zoo Barnyard Animal Pack yourself or any other Planet Zoo pack, then definitely make sure to check out the sponsor of our channel, Instant Gaming, because via their website you can get all Planet Zoo packs and many other games with a really great discount. And by buying via their website, you will get a great discount and you will also be supporting the channel. You can find a link to their website in the description of this video and in the pinned message of the comment section, so you can easily find it. Now I hear you think, like, lady, what the heck is this map? Well, at least that is what I was thinking when I was choosing a map to start this little cozy farmstead barnyard. And it was actually by accident that I clicked the temperate biome in, in basically all the continents. And then I was like, yeah, well, okay, I feel like the European one definitely fits best when it comes down to like the backdrop it is. And then I noticed the button that you can pick if you want to have flat terrain or sculpted. And the first time I actually opened the sculpted map, I thought like, wait, no, this is not right. This is the taiga or the tundra backdrop or whatsoever. So I had to go back and try it again until I realized, no, this is actually the sculpted map from the temperate biome on the European continent. And I didn't at first realize this big mountain in the back, which is actually also, you can actually build upon it. And I was like, wait, what? Why did I never find this map before? So yeah, I right away thought, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna build this on a mountain. That was not exactly the first plan. I first just wanted to create a cozy farmstead barnyard somewhere. But no, we are going to do it on this little mountain. Now, the initial plan that I got from building on this mountain was basically to have like farmlands maybe downstairs, like around the mountain and such. But I have the feeling that Frontier did change something with the amount of pieces, and some pieces will vanish when you zoom out. So I'm not entirely sure if that is going to work, what I have in mind. But we shall wait and see. So, what am I doing right now? Like, you guys probably have noticed that with our Eco Island Park series, I've been a little bit burned out of Planet Zoo, and I'm not really sad about the fact that I'm not able to add these barnyard animals on our Eco Island Park, because I'm just not feeling it right now anymore and just don't feel inspired or motivated at all to be able to build on that map. So it was really holding me back of playing any Planet Zoo at this point. And when the Barnyard Animal Pack dropped and I had the chance to check out all the animals and stuff, I was like, you know what? We're just gonna create something very small. I'm not going to extend it. It's just going to be all the animals from the Barnyard Animal Pack to hopefully get back a little bit of my mojo and stuff to be able to enjoy some Planet Zoo again. Like, if you have been playing Planet Zoo for over 4 years, I am sure that many of you can relate to the fact that sometimes you are just not feeling it at all. And that is what happened with me. So when I started this series, I had to be sure that I knew at least what kind of plan I somewhat would have. So yeah, I actually, I'm doing that a lot more often lately in general when we are starting a new series. Not with everything, I don't think I really did with the Eco Island Park series, but for my African Mini Zoo, for example, I actually did create a map. I did the same with our Winter Mini Zoo series. So I drew out a map and tried to find a lot of inspiration of how I want to do it. So pretty much what you're seeing right now on the floor is like log panels, which are most of the time not going to stay unless it's for a barn, because I do really like the wood that you're seeing right now. But yeah, we're definitely not going to keep that everywhere. But I kind of wanted to stay in somewhat of a grid, but yet again, like the whole area of course will be more organic and such. I might be changing my mind later on, but it reminded me actually of a comment that I got, I think it was somewhere last year, and someone was like, it's so hard to build a zoo completely in a grid. And obviously this is not going to be a zoo completely in a grid, but we are going to somewhat stay in a grid because I'm using the same focus of the buildings. And as I said, I might change my mind later on, but I think that is just the best thing to do. So okay, just to give you guys an idea of the plans that I have right now, but it could also change of course later on. But in the front where we're going to start today, we are going to add a sheep and alpaca pasture and barn, or like at least an outdoor area with some cute white fencing, because white is just the way to go for. And then we're going to have a little barn, not too complicated, but just something where guests can walk inside to see the animals on the inside, and where the animals can stay dry or have a rest if they want to. But yeah, the focus of this whole barnyard, I want to give it a really cozy, overgrown, natural feeling. So a lot of like organic shapes when it comes down to fences and path and stuff. I don't want to see any curbs on path, as much as I can at least. I really want to try and play around with the different height elevations here. So that is also something very challenging. Oh, and just in case you were wondering what I was doing there with that wall and the different textures, for some reason I was hoping to find a little bit different textures of like what to use for this zoo in general, and it was mostly coming down to like the wood and what I wanted to combine the wood with. And I just noticed, like, when it comes down to the wooden pieces, you even have like that rough texture that you see on the flooring of this building, or like the stained panels that are coming along with the aquatic pack. So everyone that's playing on the consolidation, you guys will be able to play with these type of wooden pieces as well. I think it was the end of May when that pack will launch on the consolidation as well. That's just a little side note, obviously. But there are not that many wooden pieces that I find exactly fitting, unless you would create your own wooden walls with wooden planks separately, piece by piece. As much as I want to do that, I just don't have the time for that anymore, unfortunately. So yeah, that is just not what we're going to do. So I ended up in the end with this wooden wall from the aquatic pack still, but that little wall of different type of textures does give me a little bit of an idea of what kind of pieces or materials I want to use throughout this area to still make it feel like a whole, but yet still be able to use different textures and stuff. So that is why I just wanted to give myself some kind of reference or something of the things that I would be able to use. So yeah, we're going to build a little barn here, as I said, for the hill Radnor sheep and the alpaca, which are probably both my least favorite animals of the pack. Not that they're bad, definitely not. But I don't know, I just feel the least with these type of animals compared to most of the other animals in the pack. And I'm just super curious to hear how you guys feel about that. I mean, obviously we all have different wishes, different preferences. Some people are not excited at all by the Barnyard Animal Pack, which I totally understand. Like, the first time I saw the email dropping from Frontier Developments being like, oh yeah, we're happy to announce the Barnyard Animal Pack, and the first thing I thought was, okay, not entirely sure. And I think what got me a little bit more excited, or at least what triggered my excitement a little bit more, was the fact that the animal encounters, that triggered me. But in the end, that is probably the thing I find the least interesting for some reason. But I think that might probably be just because of the fact that the animations are pretty much always the same, and they're not like super smooth. If you've seen my overview of the free update, because that's actually not part per se of the Barnyard Animal Pack, but is part of the free update. So there will be other animals from the base game as well that are able to interact with the guests, or at least the guests are able to interact with the animals, because that is also somewhat of a thing. Like, I don't really feel like the animals are really interacting with humans. They're just standing there and humans are touching them, but I don't know. There's just something missing in the vibe, I think, maybe. But nonetheless, so that did trigger my excitement a little bit for the Barnyard Animal Pack. And then I saw the chickens. The chickens looked so freaking good. The donkey also looks amazing. The Highland Cattle, that one really got me. Like, oh my goodness, it's such a cute animal. And the goats, I wasn't really excited for the goats until I realized, like, the adorable baby goats. And I was like, oh yes, that is just so amazing. And the pigs are also good, so. But I totally can understand, like, it's not, like, petting zoos are very common in zoos, but they're also, it's still, like, not zoo animals, if you can call it that way. So I can totally understand why some people are pretty disappointed and just don't feel anything for the Barnyard Animal Pack. And I apologize, because we are going to play a little bit with the Barnyard Animal Pack for now, and it's going to be 7 episodes long. At least that is what, well, that's actually not really the case, because I was about to tell you guys about somewhat of the plans that I have for this whole area. So yes, we're working on the sheep and alpaca habitat with a little barn. We're going to use a lot of the Barnyard Animal Pack pieces that we have in the game. They're not that many, but they do help a little bit to make everything feel a little bit more cluttered, if you can call it that way. So I do really like that. I do wish there were a little bit more barnyard pieces, maybe. The wheels are absolutely fantastic, and the bucket and the milk can as well. The barrel as well looks super amazing, and I think the barrel is something you can use in like many different type of areas. So I want to create like this bigger building in the middle, or actually it's 2 separate buildings which will have like a path going in between. There probably will also be, if I have space, walkways for going from one side to the other side. So I do want to connect at least 1, maybe 2 barns to that if we can. So that will be like the shelter area for probably some goats on one side, and with the goats I also want to have like this walk through area for the guests to enjoy the goats in there. I don't want to use the animal encounters too much. If you've seen the review video that I created, I find it a little bit of an overkill. I have no idea as of right now, since the pack has launched, if there are any tweaks or whatsoever, but it's the same, like, in general, walk through habitats with any zoo that we create. I just don't like to create them super often. I'd rather just like them to be more special than having a habitat or like every habitat that you can create a walkthrough habitat to create a walkthrough habitat, if that makes any sense. Like, for me, when I go to a zoo in real life, I mostly just see lemur walkthrough habitats or a petting zoo. Like, but other than that, I just can't really recall any other habitats as of right now. I know there are more, like, okay, peafowls roaming around very often through zoos, like not per se through a specific area whatsoever. So yeah, very often I can only relate with a lemur walkthrough. I can't even talk anymore. With a lemur walkthrough habitat. So yeah, I'm going to choose to not create too many walkthrough habitats throughout this barnyard cozy homestead. But at least I planned one for the goats. But maybe I will change my mind later on with the cattle or the donkeys. The pigs, I'm not going to create one. I obviously want to make a little muddy area for the pigs, quite dirty and such, like you see a lot in zoos. I don't know. I actually have never seen the Tamworth pig in zoos, apart from petting zoos, I think. I actually don't even know if those are... No, those are definitely not. Not really sure. We call them Swan. Swan. I don't think that's the English translation for that Dutch word. But they're mostly like very chunky, brown, grayish pigs. Like they're pretty impressive when you see them. They're quite big and they look quite fearful. I don't know. It's they scare me most often if I see them in real life. But I love the warthog and the Tamworth pig in game. Now, let me know, Dutchies, if you know what type of pig I exactly mean that you see very often in petting zoos in the Netherlands. But they're very often not the Tamworth pig. I do know that. At least not in the area that I live around. So that's like The Hague and Delft, those kind of areas. Anyways, side note, I want to try and see if we can create a gift shop or a souvenir shop. Not entirely sure what the state of that is. Like the game, the souvenir shops were not functioning super properly the end of last year, and I have never played around with them ever since we got them because of all the issues that it had. So we might build one without a counter, or we're just going to or we might build one with a counter if that will work out, but we could also just decide to use all the souvenir shop props and just use the normal in-game counters if that is really... I don't really mind either way. I think it's gonna be totally fine. I want to try out a cozy restaurant, which is also going to be located close to the gift shop. In case you're wondering, like I did put down a spawn point somewhere in the back right now, but that's definitely not going to stay there. I want to hide the spawn point somewhere in one of the main buildings, so I don't want to make a proper petting zoo entrance or barnyard entrance. We're not going to create anything. They're just going to spawn from somewhere on the inside of one of the buildings, because I just don't really feel like creating an entrance. You guys know that I'm not a huge fan of creating entrances. I always find them super difficult. And for this whole barnyard area, I just didn't really feel like creating an entrance, so we're just not going to do that. I mean, it's easy as that. There's going to be a little tower building connected to one of these buildings with some information stands and toilets, and we're gonna create a chicken coop somewhere, just something small and cozy as well, because in case you're still wondering, we are building in sandbox mode for a change, and I like that because I just wasn't really up for working with challenges at this point, working with money making and whatsoever. So I'm going for the easy route today or this series, and we're just going to be building in sandbox mode without any money, without any welfare. I just want to let my creativity flow right now, because I think that is what I really need at this point, because my creativity or my motivation to play Planet Zoo isn't as it was last year. So yeah, just going to give myself some freedom and not making it too difficult. So we're just going to play with a sandbox mode. We're going to turn off escaping. We're going to turn off the power, everything. We're just going to create something nice, beautiful, and fun for a change, which is hopefully going to be a lot of inspiration for you guys. And you hopefully don't mind me that we're not going to play this time with some money. And who knows, with the next series, we're going to jump back into franchise mode. But sometimes you just need to change a little bit. We started someday like the mainland zoo, which is pretty much a base game or a standard version, however you want to call it, of like only the base game made in the first 3 months that I ever got Planet Zoo, which also was a Sandbox mode series, which I really did enjoy as well. I actually can't remember how much after that. We had the River Safari boat ride, which also was a Sandbox series, but we had the Desert franchise. City Zoo was also a Sandbox mode. But I do kind of feel like all the series after that were all franchise mode. So I guess it's good to change a little bit. So when it comes down to the fencing, by the way, I wanted to actually use one of the fences that came with the Barnyard Animal Pack. But for some reason that was like the metal one, because I don't, for these type of animals, so for the sheep and the alpaca, I don't really feel like the metal fences were very fitting. Well, they could, but they just didn't really stand out when she zoomed out. And the other white fences, like with the beams standing up, I don't know how to say that, but the white fences that are in the Barnyard Animal Pack, they're super cute. I definitely want to use them throughout this whole area, but not for these type of animals. I just don't really find it super fitting. And I had this fence. I actually can't remember what zoo we used it for. It was probably the Tropical franchise mode series for the Przewalski's horses. So yeah, I was actually quite happy to find these fences in my blueprints. I'm pretty sure that you can also download them from the Steam Workshop. But the downside is, like, we're now working on like this mountain top with a lot of smooth terraforming here and there. So these fences, you can't really angle snap them and make them flow over the terrain. So you need to manually change the angle of each and every fence. So that was a little bit of a pity. And then I realized, like, oh shoot, I need to have the gate somewhere. But I really do feel like it's such a missed chance that we didn't got some extra gates for the guests. Also, like, for example, what I do really feel like is a missed chance is like not adding any new realistic feeders, for example. Like, we still have from day one the exact same type of food bowls and water bowls and stuff. And I think, especially looking at the Barnyard Animal Pack, it would have been such a great idea to just add some wooden ones, for example, some stuff with hay and those kind of things. I mean, you guys know what I mean. And I don't know why. It would have been just great if this would have been the pack that they added a bit more variation into these feeders and such. But it is what it is, I guess. But the same goes for the gates and the fences. It would have been great if they would have added like the in-game, like the standard fences that you use to really close off your habitat. If those would be changed as well, to have some white fences, for example. Oh man, that would have made life so much easier. But I guess we should not complain too much, because we also like creativity, so we can create them ourselves. But I can imagine that some people would really love to see that. Talking about creativity, I really did like the rocky walls that they created, that Frontier created, with most of the screenshots that we got. I don't know if you guys realize, I did mention it with the all animal screenshot overview video, that the surroundings of the backdrop of all these animal pictures were so freaking good. I was so jealous with the the environment and the grassy landscapes and the hills, and it looks amazing. And they included also like this rocky wall that we tried to create here as well, but I think they did a better job in it, honestly. But yeah, that definitely inspired me as well for the vibe that we are going to create here at this Cozy Farmstead barnyard. I actually didn't add the barnyard word behind it. I just wanted to call it Cozy Farmstead, but then I realized like I'm not really sure if a Cozy Farmstead would make you feel like it's only going to be one building, so that's why I just dropped the barnyard word. After I'm so creative, not. Oh well, it is. The most important thing is to have fun with it, and I don't really mind the name of the whole series, honestly. But yeah, so I am definitely very inspired of the screenshots, at least, that Frontier created. I do still wonder, like, what did they actually do with that beautiful map? Because I was somewhat still hoping that it would be part of the game somewhere, but as they didn't use it for the scenario, it actually, yeah, it surprised me how simple the scenario was looking comparing to the incredible screenshots that they created to show off these beautiful animals from the Barnyard Animal Pack. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, it's really missed opportunity that they didn't use that beautiful map that they created for all these screenshots. Well, probably maybe they were just some scenes, and everything around the screenshot that you don't see is like just not there. Maybe that probably could be, or they just used AI to fill up most of the areas. I could also see that maybe happening. I don't know, but anyways, I am very much inspired by the pictures, at least, that they shared, and I want to really try to get this overgrown vibe, as I just said, like a lot of the long grass and bigger shrubs, bigger trees. Well, not too many trees, because obviously we are on the top of a mountain, and I'm still debating a little bit how many trees I want to use. At this specific case, I'm not really sure why, but there were trees in Planet Coaster that had like beautiful branches and stuff that were able to hang over, and I kind of miss out on these type of trees a lot. I mostly get back to the oak trees that have like these beautiful branches that you can hang over the habitat. So when I'm talking over this speed build, I still haven't made my mind up yet about what kind of trees we're going to use, and I want to add some extra flowers and such in the habitat and the surroundings as well, which are not included in the speed build, but probably will be included in the tour that we're going to do later on to show you guys around. Like, it's not that much, but it's the first habitat that we created, but we're definitely going to have some fun here with the rest of this series, of course. But yeah, using the buffalo grass, I think they're called, it definitely gives such a great vibe to the habitat. And I'm actually not really paying too much attention to what kind of plants I'm exactly using, of what kind of biome they're from. Like, I genuinely just want to have fun and just create what I want to create without paying too much attention to anything else apart from creativity. So it could well be that the types of plants or trees or whatsoever that I'm going to use throughout this series are not really matching with each other when it comes down to the continent or whatsoever. I just use them because I find them beautiful, just like the new plants and the new flowers that we got. I'm still not entirely sure, like they mentioned on the forums that they are part of the free update, but yet they are also with the tag of the Barnyard Pack, so I'm not entirely sure. But we are going to use them. I think they are part of the free update, and they're just really, really gorgeous. And the trees from the new Barnyard Animal Pack also are really beautiful. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep them, but I think we will, and we're just going to try and see what else we're going to use around this. I'm just starting to ramble right now because I'm trying to think and talk at the same time, which I should not do. So without further talking, let's just jump right into the park itself, or the petting zoo itself, and let me just show you guys around. Now, I did just say petting zoo, but I'm not entirely sure if that is really the best word for what we're going to build here. I think just barnyard or natural cozy farmstead, whatever, something like that. I don't know. How would you guys call it? Anyways, this almost to me, like how natural and rough and overgrown it is, it almost feels to me like that these animals were already living here on the top of these mountains, and then oh hi, and then someone decided like, I'm gonna take good care of you guys, and I'm just going to keep you guys in your natural habitat. I'm just going to put a fence around it and build a barn for you guys, something like that. Oh my goodness, you are so adorable. That alpaca here in the back. You're beautiful, by the way. I don't think I saw a black one before. You're beautiful. But the black ones are so black. Like, when it's a shadow side, it's terrible. Talking about shadow, just so you guys know why I started actually working here. How often, for people that are playing Planet Zoo for a while, this is the mountain. So the official entrance was somewhere over here. I tried to remove as much as I could. I think I can now remove that one. Yeah, but I can't remove the path, unfortunately. But how often did you guys start working on a zoo and then you notice like the sun is on the other side? Like sometimes you have the sun from this direction and sometimes you have it from that direction. And it just always puts your buildings in the wrong side of the sunlight. It's so frustrating. So as soon as I noticed like, oh wait, the shadow of these trees are pointing that way, I was like, yeah, I wanted to start like this with like these beautiful mountains in the back, because this is like picture perfect, right? It looks so gorgeous. But yeah, no, the sun made me do it. Like seriously, the sun made me do it. So I was able to bring some nice sunlight to these buildings, and that is why I put all these buildings like this. So I think the plan right now is to have goats right over here somewhere, pigs on the back side of this building, donkeys on this side of this building, and then the cattle right over here, and then some kind of chicken coop right over there in the back side, and then we're gonna have a restaurant and a gift shop somewhere over here, and make it feel cozy and warm and cute and small, but yet also spacious in a way for the animals. I hope we are able to achieve what I have in my head. As I said, I was struggling with the trees. So then I'm not entirely sure about this tree, but I do really like the tree trunk and such. And what do we have here? So we have the birch tree and the sausage tree. Oh yeah, that's why, hence the sausage. Yeah, okay. And we have ash trees here. And then this is the new tree from the Barnyard Animal Pack. Not entirely sure about the sausage tree, but apart from the sausages, I don't like the sausages, but I like the look of the tree. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But okay, let's go inside. Look, you see what I mean? This is what I meant. I can't remember this happening in Planet Zoo that fast. That pieces just spawn away again? I really wonder what happened here. But these clutter pieces, decorational pieces, are just amazing. Really do love those, even though it's like not that much, so you keep repeating yourself. But also like these hay bales and stuff, I think it's just so much fun. I think I need one white beam right over here, something like that. Maybe connect these beams, and then it will be look better. We have a pitchfork here. Now this is also what I meant. Like I was actually thinking like, oh, maybe the planters from the Barnyard Animal Pack, I can use them as feeding troughs or something like that. But well, you can probably use them as feeding troughs, but I find them a little bit too big. But it would have been just great if these animals would be able to use different type of feeders and barrels. Hi, Beauty. They are really beautiful. Just look how kind and peaceful it was looking out of his eyes. Oh, I actually didn't realize they were going to walk over all these hay bales. Oh, they're so cute. Look at that llama. Well, you're definitely relaxing here. Do we have, what do we have here? Do we already have a baby alpaca? Did I say llama? Okay, if I did, I'm sorry. Probably did. My brain is like, oh yeah, llama, no alpaca. Yeah, llama, alpaca. I'm so sorry about that. Hi. I'm gonna put my light torch on for you for just a bit, because I just want to enjoy you. Alpaca, 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 alpaca. Should not say llama. Silly lady. But that's so me to say these silly things. But I don't think we have a baby llama just yet. But look at these guys just roaming around right over here. This is gonna be awesome. This is gonna look amazing once we have everything filled up. So, oh yeah, the staff buildings, I think I'm gonna try to put in this building maybe as well. I don't know, I have too many plans already for this building. Maybe I can put them in this building instead. But yeah, I'm gonna have a little restaurant here with an outdoor area so the guests can just look at these cute little animals. Maybe we should raise this just a little bit so they're like sitting slightly from the top or looking from above inside of this habitat. I mean, seriously, just having this mountain here with this beautiful backdrop with these mountains with snow and stuff, it definitely brings a really beautiful vibe to this build already, just with this one habitat. It's so cool because it's different from all the other views that we had so far. So yeah, definitely excited about this new series. Do let me know in the comments down below if you guys agree with me, because maybe I'm the only one that feels this way. But I am definitely very excited to be building in Planet Zoo again on this mini series. Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and today we are back with some more Planet Zoo and a new project we are working on with the Barnyard Animal Pack, our cozy farmstead built on a mountain on this beautiful sculpted Tamworth biome map in Sandbox mode of the game. So in today's episode, we are going to work on the Alpine Goat area of our farmstead, and we are definitely up for a challenge here, because you can't really see it right away, but there is like quite a steep slope here of the mountain edge, and I really wanted to incorporate this whole area as much as possible to the area for the Alpine Goat. And yeah, I would not really recommend it because it is really a pain in the butt, to be completely honest, especially when doing the fences, adding the grass, well, pretty much doing anything that is on a slope. So, but I was like, you know what? We are working on this small project. I'm just going to do it. I'm not going to be lazy this time. I'm just going to fill it all up as much as possible. And I'm actually quite happy with the end result here. Now with the Barnyard Animal Pack, we also got free update, what was it, 1.17 with the animal encounters. And just like I said in the first episode, like, I don't really feel like adding animal encounters in every habitat, pretty much because as of right now, at least, I think it still is. It's such an overkill and such a busy area when you add the animal encounters in a habitat. It just, I don't know, it turns me off a little bit how big of an overkill it is. So I do really hope that Frontier will change the frequency and amount of, like, I already have the zoo. It's not open right now when we're still building, but I already did set it to like the minimum amount of guests, and I do really hope that it will change once we have more habitats for the guests to explore later on. But right now, with only having 2 habitats pretty much, yeah, it's still way too busy in my opinion in the habitat, but it could change later on. So we're just gonna wait and see how that will go. But yeah, I definitely, don't get me wrong, I absolutely love the idea of the animal encounters, but more if it's like just not too busy, I guess. But okay, we have like a path going around it. We're going to use the small new gates that we got with, I think it was free update as well, right? I think the small gates are also, even though like small, they're just lower. I wish they were like more narrow, but it is what it is. Also, if I would be able to recolor them, because right now they are brown when we are still using like the white fences. Like I do know that the Barnyard Animal Pack has like this really cute fence as well with like these vertical plates. I don't know how to explain that more, but you guys probably know what I mean. But I just don't really find those fences really fitting for a lot of these bigger animals. I'm definitely going to use them for the, the Sussex chicken habitat, because I do really find that a lot more fitting with like a chicken coop. But for this type of habitat and then the size of the animals and such, yeah, I'm just not really a big fan of those type of fences for these type of habitats. So love the fence, definitely do, but just not really for a surrounding like this. And I'm still really happy with the fence that we are using. You can also, I think you can also download it from the Steam Workshop if you're playing on PC, because I think it's the same one that I use. I actually don't know if you, you can, of course, with PC. It was like, did the Conservation Pack already launch for console? But that doesn't even matter, because unfortunately you guys are playing on the console edition. You are not able to download my blueprints. But yeah, I think we used it also for the Przewalski's horse habitat we created with the tropical pack. Talking about the Przewalski's horse, I actually got a few people asking me like, oh, why are you not going to add the Przewalski's horse in here? I love the Przewalski's horse, like, don't get me wrong, but I already used the Przewalski's horse for Eco Island Park, for Tropical Franchise Mode Zoo, and I'm really in love with these horses. But for this little series, I'm just like, no, I'm a little bit Przewalski's horse tired for just this particular series, okay? So yeah, we're not going to use the Przewalski's horse in here. Also did get a question about, I think it was the camels and the llamas. Well, I'm already calling the alpacas llamas constantly. So I don't really feel like llamas in this particular area at all. And no, the same goes for the camels. I'm just not feeling anything. I don't really find the camels fitting at all in this particular biome or mountain farmstead that we are creating, to be completely honest. So definitely not going to add the camels or the llamas in here. And but okay, I was actually talking to you guys with episode 1 being like, oh yeah, no, we're just going to use only the Barnyard Animal Pack animals. But that's actually not true, because someone also did mention you should definitely add the mute swan in here. I mean, the mute swan, I think the mute swan is gonna be perfect. The only thing that I have my doubts with is the water area, because as of right now, I'm not feeling too much for like creating a big pond or anything like that around this area. I might just want to go for like something more man-made, but I think just combining the mute swan with one of the other animals, so just to create a mixed habitat, but not per se like that. The mute swan really lives there. Well, it actually does live there, of course, but it was not really intended to make a habitat for them, but they just decided to start living on our farmstead, something like that. I think the mute swan definitely would fit super nicely somewhere in this cozy farmstead. If you guys have any ideas or suggestions of how we can incorporate these animals, definitely do let me know in the comments down below. The other animal that I do feel like we should definitely add, thank you so much for the person that also commented about that, is the Indian peafowl. I mean, what is, okay, it's not really a petting zoo, but what is a farm without chickens, which we're going to add, and a peafowl? I mean, a peafowl or one or two or whatsoever, but I mean, a peafowl would be just simply fantastic. And I was actually thinking, I'm not going to add the Indian peafowl into a habitat as in a mixed species or whatsoever. I think we are going to add the Indian peafowl probably somewhere at like the front area of this building. I'm going to talk about this building in just a second, you guys. Don't worry. But like there is going to be like more of a little plaza area. There's going to be a restaurant with some outdoor seating area. I think that we should be adding the Indian peafowl somewhere just roaming around. Maybe, just maybe, I'm thinking out loud here. Maybe we should just add like this big fencing around the whole farmstead and just have 2, maybe 3 peafowls and some little ones walking around the whole farmstead area. I think that would be just fantastic to bring alive this whole farmstead a lot more. So I am going to skip the idea of only Barnyard Animal Packs because I think it's a perfect idea for the one who gave me the idea to add the mute swan and the Indian peafowl as well. I can't think of any other animal of all the 187 animals that we have right now that would fit this perfect as well to this Barnyard Animal Pack. Okay, I'm thinking of the raccoon maybe just living somewhere as well. No, okay. If you guys have any other suggestions other than the Przewalski's horse or the llama or the camels, let me know. But I think just looking at the type of farmstead we are going for, I think that this one and the peafowl are best fitting. So, okay, wait, let's just go and talk a little bit about the Alpine Goat area that we are working on right now. Because as you can see, we did already create like this indoor area, and I really got inspired by, like, when I was a kid, there was like this petting zoo where I went to very often in Delft. I wonder if there's anyone watching right now that also is from Delft. That is my city that I was born in, and I lived there until I was 21 or something like that. I actually don't know exactly. Oh no, I should say until I was 18 because I'm always 18. But that's a side note. Anyway, so yeah, I was inspired by that petting zoo, and there's also a cute petting zoo as well in Zoetermeer, so Sweet Lake City, how we also call it. I think it's called Geertje or something like that. And you have like this barn section with like these adorable baby mini goats, and you're able to bottle feed them. And obviously we don't have any bottles in the game, but what I actually tried to do, because I remember when being a kid that when you went there, you had to climb over the fences because there were like these smaller sections in the barn where all these baby goats were wandering around, and you could give them like a bottle, and it was just the cutest thing ever. So yeah, the sections that I created in the middle of the barn, those are definitely inspired by that idea that the guests would climb over the fences and be able to see all these tiny cute little goats roaming around, give them a bottle. But I was already putting in some goats later on into the map, and the mini goat, the baby goat, was just standing there still. There's no water, there's no food access, etc. And I was like, oh gosh, this looks like, the idea was amazing, but it's just not really working how I want it to work. And else I need to hide like a water pipe and whatsoever. And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. So okay, the idea is still there, but I did open up the gates so all the goats can just walk around everywhere. Unfortunately, I have to live with that a little bit. Also, you're seeing me putting down the elephant grass, and that was actually because someone did comment about the animal encounters and the way how they work in the game. Now, I know that a lot more people are a lot more excited about this whole animal encounter feature. Not only the feature with the guests interacting with the animals, but also the fact that guests can roam around. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not like too excited about it. Well, I already did say that a few times, why I don't really am super excited about it. But it is a cool thing that the guests can pretty much roam around everywhere. And you can use that in your advantage. So you can actually create pathways for your guests to walk wherever you want. And someone did comment that the way, like, of course, the traversable area for the guests work and for your staff work the same for your guests when they are inside this animal encounter habitat. Which means that the elephant grass can be used to make sure, or to make like invisible boundaries for your guests and your animals for where you want them to walk or not. So I did use some elephant grass underneath the surface here, underneath the terrain, to kind of create or like influence a little bit where the animals and the guests will walk, because it really else just feels like they're just everywhere, and I just really don't want that, because it's just ruining the immersion. Like, especially I'm using like these larger grassy flower things to create more of this wild, overgrown feeling, and then you have guests walking right through them or walking through a tree. Like, hell no, that's definitely not what I want. So it's actually quite cool that you can influence where the guests and animals are walking while just using some elephant grass underneath the terrain. So that is definitely a really great thing. Now, I do realize, like, one of the things, like, I'm not super enthusiastic about all of this, but I think Rudy Rankemel is like creating, oh gosh, that's my alarm. I'm just gonna turn that one off. Rudy Rankemel is, I'm not really sure if he already posted it on his channel, so I'm not going to spoil too much, but definitely go and check out Rudy Rankemel if you haven't yet. But he's like creating, I think it's a goat habitat, with like a lot of these, how you call it, like these rope bridges and stuff, which you can use for your animals to walk over. Guests can now pretty much walk over those, because they are just walking everywhere when you create a big animal encounter habitat. You can create huge plazas, just like a normal plaza, but if you now just create an animal encounter area from it, you can have guests roaming everywhere. And I just love the idea, really, don't get me wrong, but the fact that guests are just roaming just everywhere without a reason just kills the immersion a little bit for me. Now, I did understand from Rudy Rankemel that you can kind of force guests to go from one side to the other side while using the hygiene stations. So that would be an area where they would go for it, especially if you're not going to use it particularly in an animal habitat, but just an area with fences around it. So I guess that would also work. Now, what does trigger me to make it feel a lot more interesting, there was like this, oh gosh, I can't remember the name of it. One of the best zoos that we have seen with a zoo tour was like this zoo, and I think it was also inspired of a zoo in Denmark or something like that. It was like, I'm gonna link it in the description of this video because you really, really want to see that zoo in general. But it was like this indoor zoo. It has like, I think 3 tropical domes, and the foliage in there is just freaking fantastic. Now, why do I mention this one in particular? Because I can imagine if you would be able to like create just simply a white fencing around the whole dome pretty much, and make that whole habitat area, which is not per se a habitat, but make that habitat area to be like this animal encounter area. Like this creator created like these trees with like these also these rope bridges pretty much, with all these small little planks and little ropes, and they were just going everywhere through the sky, with giving you amazing views inside plenty of these beautiful habitats. But it like you can't really create that with Planet Zoo, because one, you have like pretty wide path for your guests, and like having these smooth, pretty round going pathways or rope bridges, it would just not really work super well. So most of these, as far as I can remember, are like more cosmetic little bridges, right? But with these animal encounters, you could actually have your guests walking over like these little side paths that you are going to create inside of your zoo, which does make creatively it a very interesting change and a very interesting new feature of Planet Zoo. So that is definitely something that would trigger me to maybe do something in the future. But as of right now, I'm not going to use that too much. But I know Rudy Rankhamel is definitely on it to give you guys tons of inspiration of how you can do that. So one, you go to Rudy Rankhamel. I'm gonna link him in the description of this video. Keep an eye out on his channel to see the goat habitat or whatsoever he is creating with this really cool feature. And definitely also go and check out that amazing zoo tour that I'm talking about, because that one is going to blow your mind. We have seen a few really, really amazing zoo tours over the past 4 years on the channel, and that is definitely one of my most favorites still. There are a lot of most favorite ones out there because there are just so many insane creators out there. So definitely go and check that one out. But okay, back to this barn before this Speeble part is already ending, because as you can tell, I actually did change the color scheme of the wood on the outside, and I did not only change it here, but or used it here, I also did change it for the sheep and alpaca habitat, because one, it just did remind me too much of the tropical franchise Rudy Przewalski's horse habitat that we created, and two, I just felt like it wasn't cozy enough, and I hope at least with using a bit more brighter, warmer color in this case, that it will give a little bit more of a cozy vibe. I am already super happy with how the vibe so far is looking. It's a lot better than the darker brown color that we had at the other farm. So yeah, we're definitely going for these more warmer colors to create more of this cozy vibe. We're obviously going to use a lot of the props and stuff that we are given with the Barnyard Animal Pack. I do still feel like it lacks a little bit with the variation. I really wish Frontier would have added a lot more to it. But it is what it is. We're going to work with the stuff and items that we got. Now, I did get one question of someone asking, like, will this become a children's zoo with a playground? I might be squeezing in some type of playground at the restaurant area if I have space for it, but I'm actually not entirely sure if I will be having some space for it. Also, someone else did say, like, oh, you should definitely hang some kind of, like the new tires we got with the Barnyard Animal Pack, to hang it on a rope on a tree, which would make it feel like a swing. Like if we have some space for it somewhere, I will definitely do that. Also, oh yeah, I totally didn't think of that, but if I will be making blueprints, I will definitely be making blueprints from most of these things, so definitely keep an eye out for my Steam Workshop page. As of right now, I'm a little bit in lack of time. We're trying to renovate our house a little bit, or at least trying to get some new closets in and just tidy up everything, and it's costing a lot of time next to playing Planet Zoo and my other job that I have now throughout the whole midweek, pretty much for 4 days. So yeah, I'm a little bit tight with my time, so I'm hoping to have one Planet Zoo episode ready every weekend, but I'm just not going to promise anything because I just don't want to disappoint anyone if I'm not able to do that. But yeah, do really hope that you guys understand that not doing YouTube anymore as a full-time job is not entirely helping with the amount of time that I have, of course, to play with the game. I am having a lot of fun with Planet Zoo at the moment, so that's at least a good thing. The burnout that a lot of you guys are experiencing as of right now or the past few months is definitely a thing. So I'm happy to see that I definitely wasn't the only one that was really struggling, and that the Barnyard Animal Pack is definitely helping to get a little bit more inspiration back. I did see a lot of people also saying like, oh yeah, it helps so much to just start this mini series and just go for a specific group of animals, just a selection of a few animals, and just go for one specific theme or whatsoever. It definitely does help with getting back some inspiration and motivation. So yeah, if you are also struggling with inspiration, definitely just try and go for a smaller themed zoo and just have fun with that. But yeah, okay, now that the speed build is over, let's jump into the zoo, or no, it's not really a zoo, into our Cozy Farmstead and just show you guys around. Here we go, the Alpine Goat habitat at our Cozy Farmstead. And oh my goodness, oh yeah, gosh, I need to purify these fences still. But the view and just putting that extra mile into detailing it, all the grass and stuff. Yeah, well, we obviously also need to do the rest here still of the mountain itself. But just look at this. It looks so beautiful. I've never used so much terraforming, built with so much terraforming in any of my zoos, so it's just so much fun to play around with this. But oh my goodness, it's really a pain in the butt to add all this grass and stuff right over here. Just turning on your angle snap on and off, and having your rotation turned on. But it's so worth it. Just look at the view here. This is so amazing. Also the view here, but I already did show you guys, but I just can't get enough of it. The mountains look fantastic. So, okay, we have guests here. Now, I do have to admit, like, letting the game run for a little bit longer will help with the amount of guests. So I actually do appreciate the few guests that are walking here. I did, oh, they're so beautiful. I did turn on, like, you have like this setting saying how many guests will go off track. So amount of roaming guests controls the amount of guests navigating the habitat off path, and has no effect on the amount of guests on the path. So we have a path going through here, and just a few people, like these people right now, are walking off path. And I think the longer you let the game run, the more it works. Look at this goat. I wasn't able to find any one with like these white markings or white spots, but this is a black one. Isn't that one cool as well? So this one, not really sure why. Oh, look. Why it is in French. I did notice that the names of these goats are all like, why is that? Like, we never had that? Not entirely sure if that is like a mistake, or is that just how it works for these goats? I really don't know. Hi, cutie. Oh, just stay here for a little bit. Okay, let's just select it. And just enjoy how adorable you are. I'm gonna turn off the light torch for just a little bit. Can you stop rotating? Oh man, just look at it. And it works super well. These animals do look amazing as well, having these like a lot of oh, we have a little one here with some white markings. Look how cute. Oh my goodness, I love you even more with the white. Oh, it's so pretty, isn't it? My gosh, I'm so in love with you. You are so adorable. I love it that I wasn't able to find an adult with this color scheme, but now I have a little baby goats. Oh my gosh, just imagine being able to bottom feed these guys. Wouldn't that be just freaking amazing? How is it called? Broken... my friend, she's like, oh, bad. A brown and white peed for black with black markings. My goodness, yes. Okay. I'm just enjoying these animals so much, but I'm getting distracted here. So we have this barn right over here. It's obviously not finished yet because we're gonna have like a gift shop, a restaurant, and I'm not really sure if I'm able to squeeze in a little barn here as well for pigs. May have been a little bit too small for that. Well, we shall wait and see. Because right over here, we do seem to have a lot of space still. So, yeah, I actually maybe gonna change a little bit here. Just have some pigs somewhere over here or something. I don't know. We're gonna wait and see. So they are able to... Okay, I'm gonna put it out a little light torch. So we have a feeder right over here. I'm trying to keep it as realistic as possible with the nature. So we're only going to have the scarecrow. We have some barrels inside. So let's just go around here just to give you guys an idea of how the guests will see this. Obviously, around the habitats, we still need to work a lot on the foliage. But I'm just so in love with this beautiful mountain view. Now, this was actually... a little bit of a coincidence or unplanned. This is the gate, and I was a little bit annoyed because I had no idea where to put the gate when I had everything built up already, and I had this guest path right over here, and then I was like, I'm gonna add it here, but I hated the look of it. But actually just adding a few white beams it actually works super well. I'm actually quite happy with this little gate here, even though I wasn't really planning to do anything here. So, okay, we go back here. Guests can walk up. There's going to be a little plaza here, open area right over here. And guests can then enter the gate from here. Let's just walk around here. Oh, well, actually, let's just go here to the barn section or shelter section. So yeah, this is the area where I wanted to have all the baby goats. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Also, you're floating in the air. But I wanted to have baby goats in here, in this particular area and in here, and then just have this closed off. But yeah, as I said, it didn't really work out super well because that baby goat was just standing still here, being hungry, being thirsty. So yeah, I had to open it up, unfortunately. But it's still looking very cool. I'm actually so happy with how this area has turned out, even though we're using like tons of the same pieces of the Barnyard Animal Pack. It works super well. Added these hygiene stations as well, just for the idea. They're not being able to use that one, but I don't know, it just gives like this extra charm. Yeah, oh yeah. So yeah, I actually forgot how high the flooring was. I might lower it later on, but I have to lower everything then. So yeah, maybe I should just raise the path a little bit underneath here. That would be a solution as well for a guest not sticking through it. But hey, it's just a small little detail, I guess. I'm not going to be bothered too much. I just love this black one. It's so beautiful. So yeah, we have lots of cute little goats in here, and then this is the other side. So the guests can walk from one side to the other side. We have one big hygiene station right over here. I Actually, was that goat responding now? Because I really felt like animals were not really responding at all to... Oh, look at you! I love how it looked with the long grass, just having this little baby goat walking through it with all these beautiful flowers around it. Oh my goodness, yeah. I'm so in love with the environment here. Guess enjoying the view, let's just call it that way. But it is freaking amazing, isn't it? Oh my goodness, I can't believe this is actually Planet Zoo, you guys. It looks so freaking good. But yeah, okay, well, this is pretty much it. I don't really feel like adding signs or whatsoever in here. I'm only using these animal signs. I don't feel anything for education signs, conservation signs, or whatsoever, or speakers. I just don't find it fitting for the farmstead we are going for. So I don't think I'm going to use that. I think this is just going to be what we're going to do. Gonna have a nice little restaurant and gift shop right over there. And I don't know, we might be working on the chickens in the next episode, but I might change my mind and switch up the order a little bit of what animal I will be adding next here. But if you have any suggestions, like I just said, of what animals, apart from the mute swan and the peafowl, that we would be able to add in here as well, then definitely do let me know in the comments down below. Hey guys, and thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and today we are back with some more Planet Zoo and a new project we are working on with the Barnyard Animal Pack, our cozy farmstead built on a mountain on this beautiful sculpted temperate biome map in Sandbox mode of the game. If you enjoyed this series, then please do make sure to leave a like and leave something nice in the comments down below. And obviously make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So in today's episode, we are going to work on a little chicken coop for the adorable Sussex chicken. Now, I do have to warn you, it does look like I did lose like 10 or 20 minutes of building. Like my recording software just didn't save it for some reason, so I do really hope that most of the important stuff at least is still in there. So we're going to start with the layout of the building. Now this time I'm not going to use the wooden flooring that we used for all the other areas pretty much. I wanted to go for a little bit more brighter colored area here for this chicken coop that we're going to build for the Sussex chicken from the Barnyard Animal Pack. So I first just really wanted to try and see where I wanted to have the doors and the windows. Now it does bother me, and it's been bothering me ever since day one, since we got like this is the stained wall set from the aquatic pack. But like the pieces, like I really wish we had smaller pieces with the same texture, because you have a few smaller pieces, like a little square one and a rectangular one, but you can't rotate them. So yeah, well, you can rotate them, but then like the planks will go the opposite way, which is just so annoying. So yeah, I had something different in my mind. I wanted to have some little windows on the sides and stuff, but I quickly just realized like, oh yeah, I'm just not able to fill up the open spaces because we just don't have the right pieces for it. So yeah, that is such a pity, but it is what it is. But you can tell already that the shape of the building was right away there, so we did indeed miss a little bit of planning this building. But what we're going to do, we're going to have like a little bit of a barn area, if we can call it that way, on the inside for the chickens. And then of course we have like this little chicken coop on the outside with some chain link fences and such. And I obviously wanted to make sure that the chickens are nowadays, like they used to be always inside, but nowadays they're able to roam around also with the area around the whole chicken coop. So that is why we're going to open the door that we are creating here at the chain link fences, and also on the other side we're going to open the door. Now what is really cool, like what we spoke about in the previous episodes as well, like wasn't really such a fan of the animal encounters because it's such an overkill. I'm not going to talk too much about that. But the cool thing is, like, I did want to use this a little bit more in my advantage of how these animal encounters work when it comes down to the guests roaming around freely, because I at first really didn't want to create any more animal encounter habitats or even walk-through habitats. But when I was building this chicken coop, I thought, oh heck, I really want to make sure that the guests are pretty much just walking through the doorways that I just created, and that they are able to just roam around freely on the inside as well, because we don't have to use path for that. So the more I think of it and the more I start to use these animal encounters, it's actually, well, not per se because of the animal encounters, but just the way that the guests behave because of it. It's actually such a cool idea. So yeah, I am super excited to show you guys how the guests are just roaming around through this whole building at the end of this video. I am super excited about it, even though it's pretty much a small thing. I don't know, maybe you guys think it's a big thing, but I don't know, I'm just super excited about it. At first I wanted to like create the same type of windows that we also did with the sheep and alpaca habitat, but then I was like, yeah, no, I'm just going for some cute little windows for this little building. Like, I think they definitely do fit this whole area quite well. I at first had my doubts to make some longer windows as well, but since it's like an animal chicken coop, in the end, I decided to just keep them higher up. I was struggling again here with the windows because of the missing pieces of the stained wood pieces. I thought for a second, like, okay, maybe I can create my own planks here, but I was like, oh no, this is just gonna look so terrible. So we're just not going to do that, and we're just gonna keep it more simple, if we can call it that way. So yeah, definitely very excited about how this whole chicken coop has been turning out so far. I'm super excited about this whole Cozy Farmstead in general, to be honest. Now, a few things I really wanted to mention, because I love reading all your feedback in the comments. Like, seriously, just keep them coming, because I was rambling about like what kind of animals should we add next, because someone commented on the first episode like, oh my goodness, you definitely should be adding like the mute swan and the peafowl. And I was like, oh, that's just so amazing. And I asked you guys like, okay, maybe, not sure, no guarantees, but what other type of animals would you guys still think that could fit in this Cozy Farmstead area? And I did get quite a lot more ideas, actually. So one of them, oh no, that's actually not an idea. That was more like, oh gosh, I wish they added like horses, like the Shetland ponies, like the miniature horses. Oh man, that would have been so amazing, like especially because of the Przewalski's hose. That is just such a beautiful animal in the game. I'm sure that a Shetland pony or like any miniature horse that they would have added into the game would have been just so freaking fantastic, honestly. So yeah, definitely agree on that. I'm super curious to hear what other animals you guys are really missing in this type of pack. I think it definitely was a risk for Frontier to give us a Barnyard Animal Pack with such few animals, if we can call it that way, because I feel like there are just so many animals that could have fit in a Barnyard Animal Pack like this. And like, you obviously can say that for any pack out there, but in like many ways of Planet Zoo in general, there are plenty of animals that you're like, oh yeah, okay, they should have added this animal in this pack, but being this animal being like a South America pack or a South American animal, for example, they're always able to maybe squeeze in that specific animal still in a different pack, which probably doesn't feel, at least doesn't feel the same for me with the Barnyard Animal Pack. I'm just curious what you guys think about that and what type of animals or what kind of animals you guys are still missing. I think ducks would have been also super amazing to see in a pack like this, or bunnies. Or guinea pigs. I think there are plenty of animals out there that would have been incredible. I'm super curious to see what mods can do, or what kind of animals mods will be able to add. Now we do have chickens in the game. Maybe just some different type of chickens would be super amazing already now that I think of it. But that's just a side note, of course. But I'm sure that like the chickens really opened up some really cool options again for the mods to the game. Okay, but let's just talk about the other animals that you guys were suggesting, at least for to add in this series right here. Oh my goodness, I don't know what is going on, but talking today for this voiceover feels like such a mess. I really hope you guys won't notice it that much, but I have been trying to restart this recording a few times now. Anyways, apologies if you guys find it a mess. Anyways, so you guys did suggest a few animals in the comments of the second episode. What kind of animals we could also be adding? And someone did say, or actually more people did say, I should be adding the red fox as well. Just like I said, like maybe just have a peafowl roam around, for example. Red fox is like such a common predator that you see on like these farms and stuff. So it's actually a really cool idea. I'm not entirely sure yet if I will, but it definitely does feel like a really fun idea. And the more that I think of it, like we are playing in sandbox mode, right? So we can turn off escaping in this zoo, which I probably already did. I think it's on creative mode, so we have unlimited money, no welfare whatsoever. And actually what would be quite funny, maybe, because we have the no offense, so we can actually just draw out a habitat, not per se something like, oh yeah, we have a rat fox just walking around through the whole area, but we could actually just have a rat fox with like a very thin or narrow fencing pathway, almost, if we can call it, maybe like going on the backside of all the habitats, and have a red fox just for the guests like to see, sometimes just walking behind one or two buildings, if you guys see what I mean. Like I can totally, I'm not really sure even if the guest would be fleeing or not. I doubt they will because we're playing in sandbox mode, but I think that would be such a cool idea. Instead of like just having a big open area just covering all these habitats, but just making sure that maybe we can, I'm not really sure if that would work, but have a few bits and pieces here and there of like maybe broken fences and stuff where the fox can then just squeeze through. Well, squeezing through a planet zoo doesn't really work, but so that it will still also walk through habitats. Oh my goodness, I actually really have no idea if what I have in mind is really working, but I hope you guys can envision what I'm trying to say here, that I will just create a habitat which is pretty much a pathway, and then just going behind the buildings, going through some buildings, but not have a rat fox just walk everywhere, or like over the plaza where so many people are walking around. You see what I mean? Do let me know if this makes sense, because my goodness, today is such a mess. Someone else also did say that they really love the idea of raccoons. We could probably do the same thing, but you also did mention like it would be so funny if they would be eating the trash and stuff. I do remember that there was like this free update where animals would escape and they would jump over trash cans and stuff. But I've never seen any animals doing it. But wasn't that like a thing when they updated, or when they gave us a Twilight pack, especially for raccoons? That would be super funny to see them throwing over or like making such a mess with the trash. I'm not really sure, but I've just never seen any animals doing it, unfortunately. And we need to have one escape then, and that's just not really possible. But the idea is definitely a great one. I'm not entirely sure if I will be adding raccoons. I tend to lean more towards the red fox in this case, and then with the mute swan and the Indian peafowl so far. But just super curious to hear your thoughts about this, so definitely do let me know in the comments down below. Other suggestions that I got were the fallow deer. Fallow deers I absolutely love, although not entirely sure for a farmstead like we are building right now. I would see a fallow deer more in like this beautiful foresty petting zoo or something like that, but that's probably also just how I know fallow deers. I don't really personally connect them with a petting zoo that much, so but that's obviously different because I did read a lot of people saying you guys always see fallow deer in a petting zoo where you guys live, so I guess it just really depends where you grew up or something. Same goes for the red deer. I guess I feel the same for the fallow deer and the red deer. Reindeer was also being mentioned. Doesn't really feel super appropriate for the area that we are building, but can totally see why you did mention the red deer, or the reindeer in this case. Also got some mentions about the emu, ostrich, and buffalo. We don't really have any. I don't know. I'm gonna say, at least where I grew up, I can't really recall having any emus or ostriches. I feel like that's more of like a Mediterranean, or at least a warmer climate in countries where probably you guys live that mention these animals. I do think that we do have like an ostrich or emu farm in the Netherlands, but doesn't feel super common. But you Dutchies, do correct me if I'm wrong here, okay? But one other idea that I really love is adding butterflies and a bee house, or at least like this insect hotel that we got with the conservation pack. I still really wish that we actually had some insect viavaxes or anything like that, but yeah, it's such a pity that Frontier never really added those type of things. I do really love the idea of butterflies, but I need to think, like, I don't want it to feel like an actual walkthrough habitat or whatsoever. So I guess it must feel more like the same thing that we did with our Eco Island Park with the butterflies. Just make it feel like guests are just walking through nature, and then here and there are some butterfly houses where butterflies live, something like that. But absolutely love the idea. I think butterflies would be a beautiful fit if we are able to squeeze them in here and there throughout this cozy farmstead. I think they definitely fit the vibe. So absolutely love that idea as well. Thank you so much. Also, something else that someone mentioned, two things actually. Someone did mention, because I was talking about Rudy Van Kemmel and his crazy ideas, like, oh, you guys should do a collab again. If I had more time, I would definitely love to. I speak to Rudy Van Kemmel almost daily, and obviously it's always amazing to work with such a creative person like he is. But I just don't have time and the energy to commit myself to any collab. Like we did Koali Zoo also with Rudy Van Kemmel, Silverred, and Eben, and then Mike Sheets. And doing collabs is amazing, but it's also like super challenging to plan and to schedule and to commit yourself to something like that. So yeah, who knows? Maybe in the future we definitely will. But it's always great to work with Rudy Van Kemmel, and he has such a creative brain that I'm so jealous of. So yeah, it's always super inspiring to work with him. But definitely love the idea, but I don't think anytime soon it's going to happen. Who knows, with the Planet Coaster 2, if that is going to be announced someday in the future, that will be just super amazing, but not for now. Also, someone else did ask if that person was just curious if I have an artistic background because I have such a great eye for detailing. Thank you. Thank you so much for the compliment. I actually do not have any artistic background. I loved to draw when I was a kid, but it's not even like notable to mention because like there are like great artists out there, and I'm not someone that has been drawing super often or anything like that. I did like to do it. I think if I look back at my high school times and the classes that I was best in, that was music. I like to sing, and I'm not super good at playing any instruments though, but I was able to do it, but not super great at it. And then you had like drawing and art and anything around creativity. Those were my best classes. So yeah, I always did like to do it, but I don't really have any artistic background or whatsoever to answer your question. But thank you so much again for the compliment. Really, really do appreciate it. I think the most creative thing that I ever did in my life was creating theme parks in Planet Coaster and creating zoos in Planet Zoo. I think that's the most notable thing that I can mention at this point. Anyways, enough rambling, enough talking. Definitely do keep the suggestions and the questions and everything coming. Absolutely love to read it. But now let's jump into the fowl and let me just show you guys around. So before I show you guys the chicken coop, I wanted to tell you guys that I did move these buildings now because they were somewhere over here in the back just temporarily. This is also temporarily, but I just wanted to make sure that these buildings are a little bit more hidden away, because if you didn't notice it yet, I am like adding this overview at the end of every video now, which will add another habitat every time, and I had to delete that building constantly. And as I am going to add these buildings in here, I thought it would be a good idea to already place them somewhere in this neighborhood. Like we're also going to add the spawn point and the entrance somewhere over here as well. So we're gonna have a busy entrance area here in the middle, which is not going to be an official entrance. Anyways, okay, let's go on and move to the chicken coop. I'm actually really happy with how this one has turned out, even though we still need to work on the pathing and such. So that's why I just added like this invisible path. But just look how cute this looks. I'm so happy that I went for this more brownish warm color. Like I started with a darker color if you watched episode 1 as well, and I'm so happy that I changed it because it looks so cute. And I just love these white fences as well. I didn't want to use them everywhere because I just don't really find them fitting for most of these bigger animals. That's why we have these other type of fences. But for this cute little chicken coop, it definitely works super well. We have this cute gate here. We're gonna have like a fake entrance right over here as well. I didn't plan this at first, and also the gate for the keeper. Oh my goodness, I definitely did not plan that one either, but I just hid it away right over here, and I'm like, yeah, well, I will see later on what we shall do with that. So we did create a little animal encounter in here. I hope it's working still. Yes, it is working. I put it on few amount of roaming guests because of the overkill. I let the game run for a while also to make sure that it's not like super duper busy anymore. So we have this one. I did make sure to add the elephant grass underneath here, so we will not have any guests roaming at the back side of the building. I didn't really find that super appropriate. But they are now able to walk through here. I am curious if they are, because it does look like right now that there are no guests at all roaming around. This cute little well, by the way, it works super well for this particular area. It's so cute. Like the path is going around it. But now I am curious because it does feel like there are no guests that really want to go off path now, which is such a pity because I want them to walk through here. But okay, let's just show you guys, and hopefully later on we will see it. So let's pretend we are a guest, and now we are able to walk inside here. I really had my doubts if I wanted to do anything here for the chickens, but I thought whatever I'm gonna create, it's all fake. I did add a few eggs here and there. I tried to fill a bucket here as well, as if the guests were like gathering the eggs from the chickens, but at the end of the day I was like, oh no, it's such a pain in the butt to do that, so I just didn't. Again, I wish we had different feeders, different type of water bowls and stuff, but it is what it is. I guess it works fine still, even though I find it a little bit too big. It's more like there are bigger animals in here. What are you running? Oh, you're getting food. Look at you run, being so happy. The first time that I saw this keeper giving food, it was like, oh my goodness, I just want them to throw food on the floor, because that feels the most realistic to me, especially with chickens. So I'm so happy that we're playing sandbox mode, because it works super well. This chicken, by the way, you're so pretty. Hey, what is this called? Oh, can I click you? Can I click you? Oh, the game is... I added too much grass. Oh, I had it. Yes, I have it. Okay, so you are a speckled chicken, brown feathers with white spots. You're so cool. I really love it. I wish we had chicks as well with that pattern, but it doesn't look like we have, but it makes me wonder as well if there are darker colored chicks in general in real life. Do they not have this same type of color in real life as well? I'm gonna turn off the light torch, because I don't know, with the chickens and the light behind it. Oh yeah, we have a fallen bucket here because we can. It looks so cute, and then the guests can walk through here as well. Oh my goodness, I hate it that there's no guest roaming around now if you want to see it. Gosh, it's so annoying. But yeah, they can walk here. They're not even interacting with the chickens now. Wait, you know what I actually did? I don't know if that is a bug or whatsoever, but I did turn off the animal aging and birth. You see, because I was like, oh goodness, the chickens are going to grow up so fast. I don't want that, but I can, yeah, I already did put it on speed level 5. I'm not really sure if that like turned it off. I wonder if the goats are still people roaming around at the goats habitat, or did we... Oh yes, they are, definitely. So not entirely sure why it's not happening anymore in the chicken habitat. I mean, there are even guests walking all the way up there. They're definitely going off path here. Okay, well, maybe we should just give it some time, and then later on they will start interacting with the chickens again. I really don't know. They did do it all the time. Okay, yeah. Can I just double check? Maybe they're not able to reach because I added grass here. Okay, wait. You are able to walk here. So if I check the heat map, traversable area for the staff. Well, staff is definitely able to walk here, so the guests should be able to walk here as well. Like exactly here, they are walking through the doorway right over here sometimes. I thought like maybe we could fix that with some grass, but no, for some reason it doesn't seem to work right now. It might just need some time, as I said. Guest gate, few. If I just put it on default, maybe something will change here. Maybe they don't like the chickens anymore. I don't know. But yeah, having the chickens with this long grass in general is just super beautiful already. The chicken coop looks super cool from here as well. I am, yeah, I'm super happy. It's a small build. I will definitely try to upload this to the Steam Workshop, you guys. You can follow my Steam Workshop page. I just find me as the lady designer. I don't have any more friends spots left, unfortunately. I have 200 requests or something. I'm not able to accept anyone, unfortunately. But you are able to follow me on the Steam Workshop, I think. So definitely go and find me there to stay up to date. But as soon as I update or upload anything to the Steam Workshop, I will definitely let you guys know in on my community wall as well. I'm not really sure if I'm able to do it this weekend, but else we will definitely... I just love this building too much. I should do it. As soon as I do, I will let you guys know, okay? I promise. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet if the path that we have right now will stay there. I think we have plenty of space to build like some maize fields or orchards or whatsoever. I actually keep saying the orchards, but we have the apple trees, which are bushes pretty much. We don't really have real apple trees, which makes me wonder, like, is that also a mischance? Like, should Frontier have added some apple trees or whatsoever in there? I actually don't know. Also, talking about fruit, I thought like maybe the grape plants, things, I think we are going to use them to decorate the edges a little bit more, to make it more overgrown at some spots. Do we have the white and brown little goats still walking around here? Look at that. You are so beautiful. I'm acting like I'm seeing it for the first time, but I don't think we did. But it's so beautiful, isn't it? Did we already see this one? Yes, we did. Didn't we? Yes, we did. I don't know. Oh, there is the little one. Oh, look at you. Oh, you're so cute. I really think we should name you. If you guys have a name suggestion for this adorable little goat, then definitely do let me know in the comments down below, because this one is just the cutest ever. I really wish we had more of these. What is it called again? The French name, and then brown and white peed. The word, I hate it. Fur with black markings. We need more of those. We definitely do. Yeah, I'm sorry. There are no guests right now walking around here. Really have no idea what happened here. But yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you guys all think of this Sussex chicken coop that we created for a Cozy Farmstead. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And today we are back with some more Planet Zoo and our new project we are working on with the Barnyard Animal Pack, our Cozy Farmstead built on a mountain on this beautiful sculpted tempered biome map in Sandbox mode of the game. If you enjoyed this series, then please do make sure to leave a like and leave something nice in the comments down below. And of course, make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. So in today's episode, we are going to not really focus on building a habitat, but we are going to focus on a little market area where products from the farm are being sold to the guests that will visit our Cozy Farmstead. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to add an animal area, because in this particular area, we are going to have some roaming peafowls. So yeah, we are going to add a few enrichment items here and there for these animals, but they will be roaming freely around in this area. So what I first wanted to do was move the pieces that we have to create somewhat of an entrance. So we have a spawning point, and we have like this ticket selling point where the guests like officially enter the zoo. And I was a little bit struggling here because I didn't really know exactly how to do this, especially with the roaming peafowl. So I will get back to this area quite a lot more later on, because I had no idea if I could make this work together with like the animal encounters, if I wanted to create an animal encounter habitat and also have the guests interact with the peafowls. Things are getting a little bit tricky here, as far as I can tell, at least when trying to build this habitat. So at first I tried to just lay out like this test area for the habitat, and then I was like, oh yeah, shoot, I think I need guest gates first to be able to have like these animal encounters. So I added one gate where I am going to, where you see me putting down like the second toilet building. So it kind of did work. Like the guests right away just walk through that door. I just love how that door works, but that's just a little side note. But as soon as I added at least one gate to like the habitat fence, the habitat worked fine. Like all the guests that were already inside of the boundaries with the Peafowls, it worked completely fine. But then I noticed that other paths that go to, for example, like the goat encounter, it's kind of stopped working. Like guests were not able to leave that habitat anymore because probably that I just added one gate only to that peafowl area. So peafowl area to that peafowl area. So I guess you can make it work if you would have different exits for this animal encounter habitat, or that I would connect the peafowl habitat to maybe some other habitats, but I didn't want to go that far. I didn't really feel like I wanted to add different gates everywhere, because in the end of the day, I'm just a little bit annoyed by the gates. Like, they look fine for the goat encounter. For the chicken encounter, I'm already a little bit less happy with it. But they're just so huge and so big, and yeah, so that kind of frustrates me a little bit. And that was the reason why I decided to just have a fencing with the null barriers, and we are in sandbox mode, so we can just make sure to turn off escaping, so the animals will just stay inside of their boundaries. And this way, the guests would just enter the zoo without any issues, and they will still be able to enter other habitats as well. So yeah, there won't be any animal encounters with the peafowls, but we will have some roaming around peafowls in this area. Anyway, so enough talking about that. We are trying to build a little market area. Now, the first plan that I actually had was that I wanted to create like an indoor and an outdoor habitat, an indoor and an outdoor area for this like gift shop on the inside, and then on the outside have like these little market stands that are going to sell like fruit and vegetables and maybe smoothies or flowers even. So but yeah, I actually kind of noticed that everything was taking quite a long time to build this, so in the end I didn't do anything yet on the inside. We are only going to focus on the outside of the building in this episode, and then maybe in the next episode we're going to finish the inside, or in a few episodes. I don't know. I'm just going to do whatever I feel like doing in this case. So whenever I feel like I want to build on the inside, then I will be getting back to that, and maybe I just won't. I don't know. We shall wait and see. So we are using like the shop counters, I should say, and I'm trying to pretty much make them feel like real counters. Like this one is the Bernie's Bakes, I think it's called, but obviously I don't really find the cupcakes super fitting, so I'm trying to just hide away the vibe of that little counter a little bit to make it feel more like this is an actual little vegetable shop in this case. So we're going to use some leek and some turnip, I think it's called, and there are some grapes underneath there as well. I do have to admit, I used a lot of inspiration of the little blueprints that Frontier added in the Barnyard Animal Pack to get a little bit of an idea of, okay, how am I going to create a little market stand here? And I think the person that created that blueprint just did such a fantastic job, because it's really inspiring how they use like the little crates and then some planks on top of it, and the same for the barrels and stuff. And it's actually quite fun as well to use a combination for this type of area with the vegetables and stuff that we also got with the conservation pack, with like all the plants and pots and like the tomato trees and stuff. And obviously like we did get a lot of vegetables in the conservation pack, but we also did have in the base game, I think you have like oranges and bananas and apples and stuff. So yeah, it's actually a lot of fun that we have quite a nice variety in here with fruit and vegetables and stuff. But I also did see Frontier doing like something with a little plate and then have some eggs on top of it. And obviously, since we have chickens in our Cozy Farmstead, it's just a perfect idea to also just sell some fresh eggs for our guests in this case. So yeah, I really did have quite a lot of fun just trying to create this cozy and a little bit messy market vibe right over here, using a lot of inspiration of what Frontier did and just trying to see what else we have to decorate the area and to just make this a cute little area with lots of color and lots of flowers, because that wasn't pretty much my original plan to add like a lot of flowers. But in the end I was like, you know what, why not? We have tons of, well, not tons, but we have a nice variety of small little flowers, and using those tires, also props to Frontier, tires as planters as well, and just put them around the whole area. It all works super well. So yeah, I'm definitely having a lot of fun creating this whole area here to create this vibe. And also what I did do on the left side of the building, like I tried to create like this little shade area or little awning area with lots of planks and stuff to create a little as I said, like a little shady area. But it also works super well with like the grape plants. That is something I think I also did mention in the first or second episode of this series, that I was thinking to use somehow the grape plants or grapevines around this area to make it feel more overgrown, and this area just works perfect for that. So I will be extending the grapevines a little bit more later on with the shop that I'm placing down right now. I actually don't even know, I think it's the Gobi slush or something like that, but this little counter is going to be transformed to some kind of more of a fruit market stand. So we're going to be using a lot of the oranges and the apples like I just said, and we also have a pineapple and some bananas and stuff. So yeah, this little counter thingy, I will try to see if I'm able to upload some separate pieces. So if you want to use your own market, or you want to create your own market stand, then definitely feel free to use all these little counters and stuff and to adjust them for yourself. Like obviously it doesn't work perfectly fine because these apples, for example, you have some floating apples, but we just make it work to give the idea that we really have a little market stand here where the guests can buy fresh fruit that I guess is coming from a Cozy Farmstead, even though we don't really have fields for it. So it might be a little bit funny, but we should just not think about that too much. I think we can get away with that, and the idea is just so much fun. And then in the back side of this fresh fruit little market stand, we will have like, I don't actually know how to say it, like you have like this little thing in the conservation pack which has like 4 of these beams and squares, and then I created like this wall that the vines could use to grow and attach to, if that makes any sense. I think there is a word for that little piece as well, but obviously I forgot. But I'm using that as like a little backdrop behind the fruit stand, so we can have more of these grapevines just growing wildly there. They're like grapes hanging down pretty much above her head, so if she wants to, she can just get some grapes from the plant and just use it to create smoothies, for example, or just to sell them as well. I don't know, I just really love that idea. And around this whole area we have quite a lot of these tomato plants growing everywhere, so we always have fresh tomatoes, which we can also maybe use for some smoothies. I don't know if that is a thing, like having fruit and tomatoes in a smoothie. Oh well, sometimes people just probably want to have a vegetable smoothie, I guess, with some spinach and tomato. I don't know, I'm just rambling here, but you get the idea. There is freedom here all over the place for these people that work on these market stands to provide our guests with some tasty smoothies, some fresh fruit, some fresh vegetables and whatsoever. So I'm just a huge fan. I had so much fun creating this whole area here, and to decorate it and to make it all feel cozy and well. The only thing that I was doubting about was still the fact that, like, later on we're going to create like this little market stand for flowers, and I had the idea at some point, like, okay, I'm going to create like a flower field, as in like a farm field right behind it, so that is where they are getting the flowers from. And at that point I was looking for the flowers in the game, but I just didn't really feel like there was a flower or two that would really fit a field like this. I don't know, for some reason the style and the look of these flowers just didn't feel like I would really get away with having a field with tons of flowers right over there. So I think it would have been, yeah, I don't know, I just didn't find any flower fitting, I guess. So yeah, I changed my mind and just created this more open area with like the same type of grass and flowers and stuff that you see all around this little cozy farmstead. And I think it looks nice. I think it looks nice because your eyes are really attracted to this little market area when you're walking down the path at the sheep habitat, for example. So you're really like, oh, what is going on there? And then I did like 2 of the canopies of the cozy from the Barnyard Animal Pack, like with the red and white blocks, which looks super cute already. So they do really match the area that we are working on right now, just to also provide some shade here for our staff, because they have to stand here in the sun the whole day long to sell all these fresh products to the guests in our zoo, I wanted to say, but in our cozy farmstead that are visiting our cute little animals in here. So yeah, having these 2 little canopies in here, I don't know, just finishes off the whole area. But also like these planters that we're going to hang on the roofing or the awning, if you can call it that way, with just some more hanging flowers and plants and stuff. Yeah, it all really came along nicely, and I was actually surprised with how many planters and pots we do have in the game now. We have such a great variety of them, so that is really cool. I will try to, like I just said, with like blueprinting the counters so you guys can use them as well. I'll also try to just add some separate pots and stuff, because I did notice like how annoying it is to pretty much put all these flower pots together. So yeah, just having them as a blueprint already, so you can just put them down everywhere where you want to, just works super well. But also the buckets are super fun to use for decorating this whole area. So yeah, I'm super excited about this area actually. I also did use one of the ideas we got, I think it was in the first episode, where someone did say like, oh, you definitely should hang like this tire on a tree so the guests can swing. And I actually I'm still not sure like if I want to add a little playground for the kids somewhere here. I don't really feel like at this point that we have some space for it, but maybe we will once we're going to add like the little restaurant area on the side of here. So I'm not entirely sure yet if I will, but the tire just works super well on a tree that we're going to place down right over here at this little market stand. So we did already hang down the tire so kids can use it as a swing if they want to. If it's like 100% safe, we could debate that. But anyways, I was just super happy with the vibe that we have going on, and the tire just works super nice. So thank you so much for that idea, for a little swing for the kids to play on. So while we continue working on filling the area up here with some flowers, you do see me trying to pick some flowers here that I could potentially use for a flower field, but I quickly just realized, like, I don't really think that we have flowers that fit perfectly. Did want to play around a little bit with like these little rock formations to create a little edge. I don't want to do that everywhere, but like for the edge, the closer we got to certain areas, the less or the few I started to put down. So I really want to give a nice variety here, so we're not going to all these little rocks everywhere. I want to try to avoid that at least. Still a little bit debating what kind of trees we want to use. I'm still the most happy with the ash tree here, but I'm not really sure. Like I do feel like I'm missing a tree or whatsoever that would fit even more perfectly, I guess. Anyways, while we are filling in the gaps, while we're going to add like some dolls and stuff, like we're not going to decorate the inside of course, but I do want to create like this outdoor area and fill it all up as much as possible, so we have one entrance going from the real entrance point to the outside, but the guests will later on also be able to walk via the inside towards the gift shop that we're going to create. Talking about the gift shop, or souvenir shop I should say, I'm still not entirely sure, like, are they still broken or are they not? I still have the feeling, but there was an update, I think, over the past week. Are they working now or are they not? Like, it's been half a year now since we have the souvenir shops, and I still have not placed them down because there has been so many issues with them. If you guys could confirm to me if they are now finally working or not, if I better just avoid using them because they're still broken, definitely do let me know in the comments down below, because else I will just go for the look of a souvenir shop but will not have a functioning souvenir shop. I guess that's the only solution we have here. But I do want to talk a little bit about the comments that we got. Someone did say, like, I know if you've been burned out on Planet Zoo, maybe not as excited lately about it, but I'm so happy to see you creating what you want to create and playing how you want to play it, being in sandbox mode, and just have complete creative freedom, and that you are really loving the episodes. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me that you do appreciate it, even though I'm not creating a standard zoo right now, that we're going a little bit off track, creating a little cozy farmstead in this case, even though I did realize like a lot of people were creating a cozy barn or some kind of barnstead. So yeah, I hope at least that I'm still trying to stay a little bit original. I always try to stay away from watching anyone else's YouTube videos just to be sure that I'm not doing anything, like, even without realizing it, that you're doing the same thing. So yeah, I really try to always avoid watching other people's YouTube videos, because then that gives me the feeling that whatever I do, it will be really original and hopefully not something that someone else does. But yeah, if you have like is it the Barnyard Animal Pack that everyone is creating a barn or something like that, yeah, it was kind of avoidable, or not avoidable, I guess it is. So I'm so happy you like it. I really have no idea. Like, I'm super curious, like, once this area will be finished, what we're going to do after that. I really have no idea. I'm just gonna go with the flow at this point. Having fun with the Cozy Farmstead, even though I sometimes am like, oh, I'm just not feeling super creative. I'm just doing my best, and I'm happy to hear that you guys are enjoying it. Someone also did say, I wish we could limit the amount of guests that could I can't talk anymore. Someone also did say, I wish we could limit how many guests go into the walkthrough exhibit because my farm animals are completely overrun by guests. It's so annoying. Yeah, you are experiencing the same thing that I did, and it did help for me to let the game run for some time. So when a habitat is just new, all the guests would walk towards there, but later on, if you just keep the game running for a little bit and the animals are not as new anymore, things would calm down a little bit, but it will also help to just have a maximum amount of guests in your zoo, which you can just set up in your settings. So that's a little tip I would love to give you here. So I think then it should be all right, somewhat at least. Someone also did say, I want to suggest some bigger farm animal, if the space allows it, maybe a cow or something. Like, obviously, we're going to add the cattle, the Highland cattle from the Barnyard Animal Pack in here. I know we did a community wall poll, and I was just curious to see, like, what animal would you guys still be the most excited for, even though there has been quite a lot of videos already with the Barnyard Animal Pack, and you guys did pick the Highland Cattle, but I wasn't just ready yet to create a habitat for these guys. So I really just wanted to focus on this area and just expand from here, but I just really was curious to see what you guys like. So yeah, no worry, we will have at least the Highland cattle in here, even though they're still quite tiny comparing to maybe some other animals like the African buffalo or wild water buffalo, but I don't really feel like adding those type of animals in here. So the Highland cattle, it will be, but it will be a little bit later on into this small mini series that we are creating. Also, someone did ask, it would be great to see you do a series on console. I think I already did mention it, but wasn't quite sure. But I'm not going to plan any series on console. I did receive a key for console. We do have a console, but I am not feeling anything for playing this game where I have all the packs, all the freedom with my mouse and keyboard, and just know how it works, because I am not used to playing on console. So for me, that's just, yeah, no, it's just not interesting at all to limit myself to play on a controller. Or, well, I know you can also play with a mouse and keyboard, but no, for some reason, it just doesn't attract me at all. I definitely would love to check out some finished zoos once you guys have them for a showcase on the channel, so we can see what people are able to do when playing the game on console. So that is definitely something I would love to do in the future as well. But as of right now, and I don't know if that is because it's super hard, but we have not received any zoo just yet. I think that has been made on console, but that's fine. I mean, the game is out for only like 2 months now, so don't worry, just take your time. I can imagine it might be a little bit hard with the controllers and stuff to create something, so you have to practice a little bit. Like, we have been playing this game for 4 years now already on PC, so obviously we know what we're doing here, but I can imagine that it's a little bit harder playing on console. But if you are a console player, definitely do let me know at this point. Like, after 2 months, you are going to enjoy the aquatic pack very soon as well. How are you guys experiencing the game on console right now? I'm super curious to hear your thoughts and experience. Like, is the game more optimized already, less laggy, less problems? I'm just super curious because I have no idea. The only information I got
is from you guys. So definitely share it with me in the comments down below. Also, someone did say, actually, replying to my latest video with the Sussex chicken, that Frontier did add brown chicks and a rooster collar morph recently, and that they're super gorgeous, and especially the rooster, which has like this reddish hue, giving them a classic red rooster look. And I was reading this comment and I was like, wait, what did I miss here? Did they really add that? I really had no idea. So hopefully we are able to see this beautiful color morph later on into the game as well. That would be amazing. But I just really also wanted to share that with you guys, that you know that there seem to be a brown chicken and brown chicks and a brown rooster in the game now, which is just super awesome. Absolutely love it. And also talking about some things that are added later on, in case you've missed it, but Frontier did a free update. I think it also was last week or the week before that. And they actually added like the fences for that beautiful brown gate, like the prop gate. And they added like a separate fence that fits in there. Because I don't know if you guys have seen my overview video, but I was like, why did they forget about that? Like, I just didn't understand why they added like a white gate with white fences. They added the blue gate with fitting gates and fences. But why didn't they do that for those beautiful rustic brown gates? And now they actually did add that. So yeah, we hopefully are able to use those type of fences as well in the near future. That would be just super amazing, honestly. And the last thing I wanted to say, I got two options, two name suggestions for that little cute goat with the white and brown markings. Someone did say Frosty. I really did love that name, but I also got a question of, or someone suggesting the name called Oreo. And I think Oreo is just the perfect fit for that goat. So without further talking, we should just jump into the game and I will show you guys around. And we're going to name that little goat Oreo because, oh, I just love that name so much. So even though this is not completely finished yet, I just wanted to start here at the spawn point to give you guys already a little bit of an idea of how it looks. So the guests can go into the gift shop right over here and go into our barnyard Cozy Farmstead from here. Oh, we can already see one of the Peafowls just walking around here, which is really cool. I love it that this one is just sitting down minding its own business right here in the middle of the path, which is really cool. They do have a few enrichment items right over here, as you can tell. So they do have some space for food and stuff. I actually had trouble with the gate and I wonder where oh yeah, I think the gate for the Peafowls is right over here inside of the wall, something like that. So, okay, we have a beautiful view here onto the mountains. We have the goats right over here. We have the llamas. No, it's not the llamas, lady. It's the alpaca. And we have sheep right over here. And then if we walk all the way around here, you can already see, I don't know, I just love how messy and cluttered this all is. So we can go and walk around it. One of these guys do it. Oh, we have a peafowl. Yeah, I added a little bit of hay here. Just so they have one nest area, like not on the path or whatsoever. This is a perfect spot right over here, right next to a tree. So we have a nice view here. And then here you go. You can see the tire hanging down from this tree already. I just love that idea. The sausage tree is a thing. I don't know. I'm still not entirely sure if I want to keep it, but it works super well for this tire as a swing. Like, the guests cannot really walk here, but with the invisible path, or at least the null path without any boundaries or barriers, it feels like it, right? So you can see the Peafowl from here as well with a beautiful view. And then we have lots of clutter. We have a flower shop. Looks super cute if you ask me. Yeah, definitely super happy with the messy vibe that we have. So here you can buy some fruit, you can buy smoothies, if you will. And as I said, she can just pick down some grapes here if they are good already. And then you can, yeah, I don't know, it's just cute, isn't it? I love the tomato plants here as well. It's so adorable. And we even have milk, of course. I mean, if she's gonna make some smoothies, definitely wants to have some milk. Like, obviously, they're also selling milk glasses, for example, just only milk. And then here we should be able to look into the gift shop that we're going to create. We have another planter right over here. Guests are able to walk through here, not exactly, but there are some barriers underneath the walls here to make sure that they're kinda almost walking through the door. Are they? Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. It's just not working exactly how I want to. But even here in the chicken coop, it didn't work exactly. I'm not really sure why guests are just not walking here. This is all connected, but for some reason, guests just don't want to have... I actually don't even know what she is selling. Can I click here? Oh, the Bernie Bakes. Yeah, guests. No, I don't know. I have not seen any guests here, but we have some fresh eggs here on the plate. I should definitely just make sure that we have a barrier underneath here because I don't know what these guests are doing. Maybe just something like that. So the guests are not going to walk through this sign here. It annoys me a little bit. And I think we maybe should do the same right over here. Just to make sure that the guests are not going to walk here. Are they going to walk through the door now? Almost, but it's not perfect. I'm not really sure. Like, the more you add here, the more issues it's probably going to cause. But we could at least try to see if it will become better. But the narrower you make it, the harder it will become. Like, you will get bottlenecks and stuff. So yeah, we just really need to be careful. But isn't this a cute area like this with all the vines, with the grapes and stuff? This is what I had in my mind, like the overgrown feeling. This is definitely coming along quite nicely. We might want to have some more overgrown grapes and stuff right over here, maybe a little bit right over here, but it will come if I do feel like I should be adding a little bit more. I first want to add or continue with the indoor area just to see how this will all look. We need to have a proper entrance here for some backstage buildings that we have right over here. These will be the only staff facility buildings, of course. So oh yeah, I'm not entirely sure about these buckets, but we do need them. But I don't want to add them. Like, there's one right over here. I don't want to add too many of them. I don't know. They are just a bit too big or something. Oh, yeah. We have an educator roaming around. Oh, yeah. Let's name little Oreo if we can find him. Or her. I actually don't know. What is it? Where are you, little one? There you are. Oh, Nathan. You're a little boy. Well, now... you are going to be named Oreo because the white and the brown, it's just so cute. It just fits so well on you. And it's cute that you're the only goat that has this white and brown marking. So far, at least. We have the black goat right over here. But we don't have any others. Okay, let's just, now that the game has run for just a little bit, let's just see real quick if the guests are now interacting. Oh, they are walking here. This is what I wanted to show you guys the last time, because I added like this hygiene station on the inside. So it works now. You see how well this looks? It's perfect, actually. So happy to see them using that. Oh, that's just fantastic. So there is a black chicken right over here, but obviously we didn't get any other chickens. Now I'm just curious if I would go for chicken. Look at that! Brown feathers with brown spots. Okay, sent to zoo. I want to see that one. I mean, for real. They're unfortunate. Okay, if I just buy a few chickens, we're just gonna test this one time. If I am lucky, no. Okay, I'm not lucky enough. Light. Okay, no. I thought maybe just give it one go and see if we get a different color. I'm just going to sell these guys. Quick trade. Confirm. Oh, these guys could also be quick traded. Yeah. I thought for a second, like, maybe just get another peafowl in. But I was like, yeah, no. For roaming around, let's just have 2. Unless, like, right now, their boundaries is only this area right over here. So, since we turned off escaping, they're not able to walk anywhere else. But it depends a little bit how I want to do the rest of here. Like, we could decide to have a new habitat here with another peafowl just roaming around in that specific area. That could also be an option. We still have the idea of the raccoon and the red frogs like roaming around somewhere in the wild. So I'm not entirely sure just yet what I want to do. Is that you? That the one? Oh, wait a second. I'm gonna move you to sunlight. You look brown to me. Oh, hello, you. That's beautiful. Oh, you are gorgeous. You look a bit like the black speckled chicken. But with the brown. Look, dang. So with this rooster, we are able to get some brown chicks in as well. Oh, that's fantastic. This is not the same as the black. No, this is brown. This is speckled brown. And there was also a black rooster, but we didn't get that one. We didn't. Yeah, we don't have that one. But this is fantastic. So the next time we can actually see, hopefully, some brown chicks walking around. Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you so much for sharing. Now that we're here, okay, let me just quickly show Barnyard. So you remember when my overview video that was like, oh, these gates are so beautiful. I really love it. But there's nothing to use. So now they did add like this rustic wooden fence. They add the 2-meter one. And then you have the posts, which look fantastic as well. Just posts, but it looks really, really good. So super happy that Frontier actually just added these afterwards. It doesn't happen very often that they actually add color variations or pieces afterwards. So definitely super excited about that. Thank you so much, Frontier, for doing that. But yeah, let me know in the comments down below what you guys all think of this cute little market stand that we have going on here with fresh flowers, fresh fruit, and some eggs and vegetables that we are selling here to our guests. Let me know in the comments down below how you guys feel about this area. I'm super happy with it. I think it looks super adorable. But let me know in the comments down below. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. Yeah, I just really do hope to see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. And thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and today we are back with another episode of our Cozy Farmstead Barnyard with mostly the Planet Zoo Barnyard Animal Pack, where in the previous episode we built a super cute little market area with free roaming peafowls, where the guests are able to buy vegetables, fruit, smoothies, eggs, and beautiful flowers. So in case you missed that episode, I highly recommend you to watch that video before you continue watching this video. Now, in case you don't have the Barnyard Animal Pack yet, or you're still missing any other Planet Zoo DLCs, our channel is sponsored by Instant Gaming, and via their website, you can get a great discount on any Planet Zoo pack for Steam. Even if you already got the base game directly via Steam, that really doesn't matter. And next to Planet Zoo, you can get many other fantastic games like Planet Coaster, The Sims, City Skylines, Jurassic World Evolution, Farming Simulator, and so many other great games. And by buying via their website, you will get a great discount, and you will also be supporting the channel. I will make sure to put a link to their website in the description of this video and in the pinned message of the comment section so you can easily find it. So we're going to start today with a donkey donkey and swan habitat. Like, you guys did suggest to add the swan at some point as well in this series. So yeah, I did say we're building with the Barnyard Animal Pack. That's not entirely true. I mean, like, we're going to add all the animals from the Barnyard Animal Pack, plus some other animals. So the peafowl, of course, is a base game animal, and the swan is from the European Animal Pack. What was it again? Eurasia Animal Pack? Gosh, yeah, that pack was not really that much one of my favorites. So, but the swan was definitely my most favorite animal of that pack, and I'm super happy to be adding this animal in this habitat right over here together with the donkey. I think they match quite well in I don't know what it exactly is, but it's just super adorable. So very, very happy to be adding these two animals in here. Now, as always, we are going to build a barn. Like, we're building tons of barns and shelters and whatnot in this series, so it's getting a little bit challenging to get a new idea again of the shape of what we can do, and I do hope you guys don't find it boring or whatsoever. But yeah, I am trying to make these barns as original as possible, at least when it comes down to the shape. Like, we're still using the same type of pieces and textures for it, because I don't know, for some reason I do feel like this whole cozy farmstead should be all fitting together in the same type of style. So yeah, we are using the same type of wood and stuff, and the same technique with like the white beams on the edge of the roofing. But still, the shape of it is different, and the shape of the area is going to be a little bit different. So yeah, in this case, we're going to have a more little open barn, but we're also going to have a little, how are we going to call that? A little shelter building, maybe more for like the tools of the staff and stuff. So we have like just a little barn in the front of it, and this will have like tools from the cultivation pack, and we'll also have a little bit of hay. So in this case, so the donkeys are going to use the big barn in this case, and then the small little barn was not really supposed to be for an animal, but the swans just decided they wanted to have that little area just to get some privacy, because the donkeys are not able to get in there. So they are able to breed there and just lay their eggs and get some offspring and get some rest in case needed. So yeah, the swans did claim that little shelter building as their own to have a little bit of privacy, which I think is such an adorable idea. And the inside of the bigger barn is going to be decorated with a lot of the stuff from the Barnyard Animal Pack. I keep saying it, but I do wish we had some more pieces in there. Like, it feels like a lot of the same constantly with like the barrels and the crate and whatsoever, but it, on the other hand, it still does look super nice. So not really sure. I wanted to make it myself a lot easier, by the way, when building this barn. So as you saw in the beginning of this speed build, I really tried to make the first part as detailed as possible and then duplicate it to the rest. But obviously the front and the back side of the building, you still need to decorate yourself by hand, because it's a little bit harder to duplicate that as well. You could try that, like you first decorate the back side and then duplicate that to the front, but what I'm doing here with the beams and stuff and on the edges of the roofings, you will notice that as soon as you rotate it to fit on the other side, it will all just not feel entirely correct. So yeah, in this case, I just decided to do the front and the back side by hand. I did want to make sure that the barn for the donkeys is going to be a little bit more open in the front, so not per se like a big gate or whatsoever. So most of the barns that we did create so far do have some kind of doors, but this one is more open already. So this one is not being able to be closed or whatsoever. Now, what is really cool, I'm not entirely sure if that was already a thing when we were creating the little market area with the free roaming peafowls. Because I didn't really have to use any of the fences. But what we are going to use is the new fences that Frontier later added to the Barnyard Animal Pack. I don't know if you guys did see the overview video that I created of the Barnyard Animal Pack. And then I was talking about the fences. Like they added like this really cute white fencing, and they added like this hedge, and what was it again? Oh yeah, the blue fencing as well. And they had like these beautiful wooden rustic gates, but no fitting fences. And it really felt to me like they just forgot about these fences or what. So yeah, it turned out they probably did, because later on they did add these beautiful wooden rustic fences like we are using right now in the middle. And I really wanted to use them in this case because they're just so beautiful. And for the outside area, I was doubting at first, like, oh, I'm gonna use the white fencing, or am I going to use these fencing now? So I in the end decided to go for these beautiful rustic fences because they're just gorgeous. I'm so in love with the textures of these fences. So yeah, very, very excited about this. So, but as I said, like the inside of the area will be decorated with just tons of pieces and props of the Barnyard Animal Pack, with the wheels and hay beddings and hay bales and whatnot. Like, I still haven't used the big hay bales for some reason. I feel like they are more appropriate for like an outdoor field or whatsoever, which I just didn't feel like they would really fit anywhere just yet. Not really sure. I might use them later on, but for now I just don't really find them to really fit anywhere. I did have some struggles, by the way, here with that little small shelter building, or whatever we want to call it, little barn, because of the roofing. Like, I really wanted it to be like, what is it? 1.5 meter wide. I think that's it. Yes. No. So one wall is 4 meter. So then it's 6 meter wide. So it's 6 meter wide. And I really wanted to do that, but I had issues with their roofing in this case. So yeah, it's not perfect if you look from how you say that, from the lower layer, but from above you won't even notice it. But yeah, it was a little bit of a pain to close it all off nicely, but I just really wanted to have the size that we have right now. It's 6 meters. It doesn't feel like 6 meters when I say it. It does feel more like 1.5 meters, but that's definitely not the case. But yeah, I did want to make sure, like, even though I did say that we're not going to have like a lot of free roaming habitats, I started this habitat and was like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna use the animal encounter option again to have free roaming guests again. So yeah, for this case, just like we did with the chickens, I wanted to make sure that the guest would be able to still go inside of this little building. There's also like this hygiene station in here, but I do have to admit that I have not seen any of the guests walking inside here, but I have not been paying too much attention to it either. So not really sure if it's actually working how I intended it to be, or that maybe the door is not wide enough, which I can't really imagine. So not really sure. I also have not seen any swans walking around in here, so not really sure. Maybe we will see something later on when we're going to do the little tour here. But yeah, I really wanted to decorate this area with a lot of the stuff from the conservation pack because they just fit super well for like these backstage areas and stuff. But I didn't want to fill it up too much. It's just for the idea that there's some tools and stuff being stored here for the weather, and they are able to get some water here. And I obviously mean the staff, for example, and just a few hay beddings and some or hay bales and some hay beddings on the floor with some eggs, like I just said, because I don't know, that idea is just just so amazing. I really wish we had like an egg hatching feature in the game. That would have been just super amazing. But yeah, that unfortunately is not the case. So when I did have the buildings in place, it was time to, pick the fencing. So yeah, we obviously start with the new guest gate. How was it called again? Is that just a name for it? I actually don't know. And then I started with the new fencing. And I don't know, I just really do love the vibe and the look of it. So we're going for a more square shape here at the front. But as you can tell, in between the barn, like the big barn and the small barn, let's call it just that way, there is a little bit of space. So that will be the walkway. Now that is also the only thing that makes me regret a little bit doing it this way. I might just need to remove, now I'm just thinking out loud here, but might just need to remove the pathing that is going all the way to the bigger area on the outside, because like it's killing a little bit of the immersion when you have guests walking through these buildings, but also the animals, and the guests and the animals are just clipping through each other. Ah, man, it's something I just so much I'm annoyed about in this game. Like, the idea of these animal encounters is just fantastic, but I was looking at the animations, for example, for just a little bit, and I just noticed like there are still guests just standing in the middle of the donkeys, and they're just walking through each other, and then those kind of things. And then I noticed that there were some free roaming guests in the bigger barn that we created, and they were like hitting one of the feeding barrels that were laying there. So it was like, okay, wait, so they do kick it or hit, they walk against these barrels, but yet these guests are not able to see where animals are walking. It's just so weird to me. Yeah, I really hope that Frontier is able to change anything about that still to make it all work a little bit better. But I'm not really sure if there is going to be a lot more things changed in the game at this point. I don't know. I still feel like the Barnyard Animal Pack, it doesn't feel like the last pack, but it does feel like a little bit of a filler, and they're trying to postpone the last Planet Zoo pack. So I'm still not entirely sure if like the pack they are working on right now, which they confirmed is another animal pack, if that is going to be the last pack. And also when are we going to see the last pack? Like there was some Steam activity a few days ago, but then I noticed that they did do like this fixing update, so I'm not really sure if that was the activity that we saw in SteamDB. But I'm not really sure. Like, it's now almost 2 months since the Barnyard Animal Pack, so it would also feel kind of early if they would be releasing another animal pack already. And I feel like if it's gonna take a little bit longer, like let's not say the end of July, which would make it 3 months, but maybe somewhere in August, which would make it close to 4 months. I don't know. Maybe it depends. Like, what is their new creative management simulation game they're working on? I do feel like everything inside me feels like it's going to be Planet Coaster 2, but I already did expect them to do an announcement at this point, and it still didn't happen, and the clock is ticking, you know? So what's the plan with their new creative management simulation game? Is it going to be released still at the end of the year, or are they going to push it to May? I mean, spring of next year. Why did I say May there? Well, May is spring of next year, so maybe that's why. But like, I could totally see them maybe just like the Barnyard Animal Pack, which I really don't think this one was planned when they released the game. Let's put it that way. Like when they develop a game like this, they already did plan packs in advance, and like the animal packs in general don't really feel like planned packs, but it could have been just filler ups in between, so they were able to push other packs forward, if that makes any sense. Not really sure if that is the case, but I could well see that if like their new creative management simulation game is maybe postponed because they need more time for it, for example, I could see Planet Zoo getting maybe 1 or 2 more packs, maybe 3 more packs, depending on when the new creative management game is going to be launched. I'm just so excited for it. Sorry, I'm too much rambling about this, but I'm just so curious because it's just taking super long for them to announce the game that they did say that would release this year still, but that was at the beginning of the year. I mean, everything can change still, right? I mean, if they decide to delay it later on, then they are able to delay it. So it doesn't have to mean anything that they did say that their new game will launch later this year. But yeah, I wonder what that would mean for Planet Zoo if there is a new game on its way that is being delayed. That could mean that we are seeing more than just one more animal pack. I really don't know. I really wish we knew more about this and Frontier would be more open about this. Anyways, enough rambling about that because I'm already making other videos about that as well. So if you're curious to hear more about my rambling about the new creative management simulation game, which I think is Planet Coaster 2, definitely go and check out the playlist in the description of this video because we're rambling a lot about that and trying to figure everything out. Let's just quickly go over a few of the comments that I got in the previous episode. Someone did say, I'm only watching all the videos in this series now and going back to the topics of past videos. And as I live on a farm, here's a tip for a place with raccoons or some animal like the European fallow deer. Making a small orchard with lots of trees and vegetation. Orchards are common on several farms, and because they have a lot of vegetation, it is very common for wild animals to walk around. And the staff area is good. It could perhaps become a farmhouse. I'm not going to build a farmhouse there for the staff area. I just really want to have it hidden away as much as possible. But I do really like the idea of the orchard. I had the plan to build an orchard somewhere, but still don't really feel like the orchard would really fit any of the habitats like we're doing right now. I feel like more of the grassy areas fit these habitats a lot better. But building an orchard maybe to fill up the area somewhere around this, if we have some space for it, would actually be a great idea. And I do really like the idea of maybe having some raccoons walking around there. I'm not entirely sure if I would find the fallow deer very fitting, but that's more because I feel like that would be more of an animal in like a foresty area, which this mountain doesn't still feel like. But I do think that I might want to fill up the open areas in between later on with some trees. But right now I'm still trying to keep the edges around the habitats as open as possible, because we also have the idea of the red fox, right? And I want to make sure that I have space for that one once we are going to create areas for the red fox to walk around. So yeah, that's why I'm not doing the surroundings just yet, because I want to be sure that we have space for the red fox to roam around somewhere to see how we are able to do this. But man, I do really like the idea, so thank you so much for the suggestion. And someone else did ask, would you like to remake a park like Paradise? Now, Paradise, for those who don't know, is, I think, the best European zoo out there in Belgium, but I have not ever been there myself just yet. And that will also be the answer, because I have never been there, so I don't really see myself recreating or remaking a park like Paradise. I've never been able to visit that zoo myself. I don't really think that is going to work out super well. Like, we did use a lot of my most favorite zoo, Blythe or Rotterdam Zoo, in my city zoo, because I've been there a lot, and then it's easier to do anything that comes close to a recreation. I would never do a one-on-one recreation, because I think that would not give me too much creative freedom. But yeah, that was the only thing that got super close to doing a remake. But yeah, no, I wish I was able to visit Paidida, but it's just a little tiny bit too far away. So it's not like a day trip thing that I could do, unfortunately. And someone also did say, these markets and things are so awesome, lady. Thank you. They look so fantastic, and what a great idea for your series. I also thought maybe some beehives would work very well here somewhere, or like the floating leaf special effects. Oh my goodness. Yeah, now you mentioned that. The floating leaves would definitely work super well. Also do really feel like, just like I mentioned, with like filling up the area, that we definitely need to add some beehives here and there. But you also someone else did say, like, since you're selling farm fresh veggies, you could also make like a walkthrough exhibit that has a veggie garden and a butterfly exhibit. Since you will often see veggie gardens with flowers near it to attract pollinators, you could maybe even make it a fake bee area as well. So you also did mention the bees, but also the butterflies. Like, just looking at the map, and I don't really feel like at this point, like, the walkthrough exhibits are so big, but I would absolutely love to add the butterfly exhibit, or at least one somewhere around here if we can. But yeah, the beehives are definitely something that I really want to add somewhere around here as well, but I don't really feel like they would really fit inside of a habitat, if you guys know what I mean. And another question that I got was, did you also think about having like this small sunflower field or whatsoever? I actually did think about that. The problem I always have with the sunflowers for some reason is that it somewhat feels unnatural, even though it's not unnatural. I don't really know how to explain that. But if I'm able to, I will definitely try and see if I'm able to add some kind of sunflower field somewhere around here, because it does definitely fit a cozy farmstead like we are building right now. So thank you so much for the idea. And someone else did say, I have a suggestion, maybe add some wolves, but not as wolves, but as like a sheep or sheep guard to guard the sheep, or to protect against some predators like foxes and other pests. Now, as much as I like the idea, I don't really think that adding, well, like, we only have the timber wolf or the Arctic wolf, Arctic fox. No, it's Arctic wolf. But I'm not really sure if I do really feel like these animals could represent more of a dog in this case. I love the idea, but I think executing it in Planet Zoo in this cozy farmstead, I just don't really think it would feel like it would be a dog, if that makes any sense. But I really do love the idea. Thank you guys so much for all the great suggestions. Definitely do keep them coming, and all your questions, so we can talk about it in the next episode. But for now, let's just jump into the file and just show you guys around. So we're going to start right over here at this little market stand, just because I just love this area so much. No one is actually using any of these counters. Oh, they are. I thought like maybe because of my sandbox settings, they're just not hungry or thirsty. But thank goodness it does kind of work, although these people do not have anything. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but it's all right. So we don't really have, oh look, we have some sheep here. We don't really have any official entrance or pathway just yet to go to this standard donkey and mute swan habitat. So right now we're just going through this building that is going to be a restaurant building later on. I actually don't know if it's going to be this big. Like, we could make a smaller restaurant with like a cute seating area here on the outside. Oh yeah, a playground. We were also talking about a playground, right? So yeah, that could definitely be a thing. But for now, we're just going to have a pathway right over here. I did hire some educators, so I guess that is why they are just roaming around doing their talks here. As always, I did forget where I wanted to have the gate for the staff, so I had to improvise a little bit later on to add it. But this, oh my goodness, that was a big jump. So this right over here is the entrance to the standard wait, what was it? The American Standard Donkey and the Mute Swan habitat. So right over here, we do have a little pond, as you can see, because at first I was doubting, like, am I going to do a pond? Am I going to do something man-made? But I'm quite happy doing this. I want to extend it a little bit further in as well. But also, oh my goodness, also want to have more trees and stuff around it. But as I said, like for the rat fox, I want to be sure when I'm going to add the rat fox that there is space for them to roam around and to yeah, add some fencing and stuff. So I don't want to fill this all up too much just yet for the rat fox that we're going to add as well. So yeah, they're also able to drink here, but also like in real life, obviously the swans would be able to just swim out of here. Like the fencing are just going to here, so they're not going to escape because of my settings. But yeah, in real life, they would definitely be able to just swim here and just go out of the habitat. But they're obviously just super happy with the amount of care that we give them. So they just want to live here and they don't feel like moving anywhere else. Oh my goodness, I'm just so happy with these guys. They are so beautiful, aren't they? We have some little ones in here as well. They're all here in the back. Oh, just look at them. Oh, gosh, yeah, I'm so in love with these guys. So yeah, having this pond right over here, I think it's just perfect. Having the donkeys. Not entirely sure about this animation. I mean, this animation would work for chicken, right? It doesn't really work super well for these little donkeys, which are so freaking cute. Also, look at these guys wobbling around. Isn't it perfect? I mean, these animals together in this habitat, I don't know, it just feels so right for some reason. So we have this little shelter building right over here for some tools. There's a hygiene station here. I was not paying attention. Oh, wait a second. I am paying attention to this. Can we just move that? Yes, because we don't want it to stick out. But I'm not entirely sure if guests are using that one, maybe? Not sure if they are using any of the hygiene stations in general. There are only two. So we have some eggs right over here from the swans, some hay beddings, just a very simple little barn shelter building whatsoever. So then we have the big one. This is for the donkeys. These are the barrels that I was talking about, that the guests are just walking against them and you see them roll. So there are physics even for it. Oh, look at you. But yet the guests do walk through the animals, which still, yeah, there you go, there you go. It's just a bit odd, I guess. But definitely super happy with like the more open vibe that we have right over here. And just a few of these ropes to give it an extra little touch, I guess. Look at this little one run. But yeah, this is definitely a path that I have my doubts about because yeah, having guests and animals, like now it does look like they're all avoiding the animal. No, this one just walked through it. So yeah, this is definitely, maybe we should just close it, have just a little path here and only have some roaming guests around here, because right now the path is going all the way around here. But oh my gosh, look at this. It's so busy here. That's so cool. Look at you. And look at the view in the back, you guys. Isn't that just freaking fantastic? I can't get over the beauty of the backdrop. Like with this mountain farmstead, you see the beautiful backdrop constantly, and every time I make thumbnails I'm just super excited about it. Like everything is just real made in the game, and it almost feels like I'm faking the backdrop or whatsoever, but it's not. It's just a beautiful backdrop like it is, and it just gives so much charm to the whole area. But yeah, obviously the habitat itself, it's a little bit wobbly. Like obviously we don't want to make it flat, and with the fencing around it, it just works super well here, and I'm just a big fan in general. Like, I do have to say, by the way, someone did mention, if we just go back real quick to the... oh, you're so cute! Sorry, I got distracted. But there were 2 people commenting under the previous video, because you guys know that I wanted to create like this animal encounter right over here. But someone did say, like, you don't have to add the gates to do this. You only need to add the hygiene station, and I tried that, and I checked the settings here for the animal encounter, but you do need a guest gate for it. So unfortunately that does not work how I wanted it to work, and I'm not going to add guest gates all around here because that just doesn't feel right, at least not for this area. So yeah, as of right now, we do have little babies, by the way, in case you missed that. But as of right now, I don't really feel like making an animal encounter in this area if I need to add gates. But hopefully, maybe it's something that Frontier can change in the future, so you are able to create like these animal encounters without the need of these big gates. Oh my goodness, did you see that? Oh my gosh, that was so cute. Do it again. Can you do that again? That was so adorable, wasn't it? Oh my goodness, I never saw that animation before. Oh, that was adorable. There are so many animals in here, by the way. Look at these. Oh, I wanted to say llamas again. Look at these baby alpacas. They're so cute and fluffy. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is such a great habitat. Okay, wait, now that we're at it, okay, let's just go to the goats. To the mini goats as well. They're all just enjoying their habitat so much here. Where is, wait, how was he called again? I actually don't remember. Oreo, yes, Oreo. Hi, we missed you. You're so cute. You guys, if you didn't leave a like yet, just leave a like for Oreo on this video, because Oreo is the cutest out of them all. But the donkeys are also cute. They definitely are. I don't know what it is, like I'm getting so many messages here, but my settings are all, wait, maybe just creative? Maybe we're missing out, but we don't want to let them age too fast. Is it now changing? Maybe it did. Maybe it was just me to blame. But yeah, this is the American Standard Donkey and Mute Swan habitat, you guys. Let me know in the comments down below your thoughts about this habitat. And as I said, like if you guys have any suggestions or tips or changes that we should make to make this cozy farmstead even better, definitely do let me know in the comments down below, because I just love reading all of your feedback and ideas. It's just wonderful. But I do really hope you guys did enjoy this next episode. Let me know in the comments down below. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already.
And thank you so much for tuning into my channel. My name is The Lady Designer, and today we are back with another cozy farmstead episode. It's actually been some time since I wasn't really inspired to continue this series, and then I went on a vacation and the Planet Coaster 2 announcement happened, and I also really feel like I want to start something new, but I also kind of think like I shouldn't really rush into it too quickly, because I still do hope that the last Planet Zoo pack is finally on its way. I mean, it's taking way too long, doesn't it? And maybe when I see like the new animals in that pack, I want to do something completely different that fits more of those type of animals, because we have no freaking idea what we can expect for the next pack. So yeah, let's just make sure at least that we finish this series, our cozy farmstead series, with hopefully a maximum of 3 episodes, and then wait and see if Planet Zoo already has something in store for us. I'm really hoping for October of this year, but if not, like maybe they're pushing it to November or December.
maybe we can work a little bit on our Eco Island Park series. I mean, it's definitely been a while since we've worked on that zoo. Also due to the lack of inspiration mostly, but it also, I kind of feel sad that I really don't have enough time like we used to. Like when I started that series, I was doing YouTube pretty much full time, so I had like 3 to 4 days to be working on one episode, so I could really dive into all the little background information and the cool names and read all your comments and all your suggestions, and we would be naming all the staff and whatnot. And right now, I just don't really have the time for it, so I'm actually a little bit bummed that I just don't really feel like I can continue that series in the style that we started it. So maybe that is also not really helping with my motivation to continue that series. But let's just wait and see how things will go. First things first, because in today's video, we're going to add the beautiful red fox to our Cozy Farmstead alongside with I actually don't know if it's functioning, but this is a souvenir shop that we're building. We're also going to finish the entrance area of this Cozy Farmstead, and we're going to add a restaurant building to this area. Now, I actually, when I planned this series, I was thinking to have like 2 different episodes, one for the souvenir shop and one for the restaurant. And now I kind of feel like, okay, I don't want to abandon this series like I did with our Eco Island Park or a city zoo. So I kind of just want to make sure that we're going to finish the zoo quickly, at least before we are hopefully going to see a new announcement for Planet Zoo with the last pack. Even though I still don't want it to be the last pack, but everything just feels that way at this point. Like they're keeping us waiting for so long. It's so frustrating, isn't it? But yeah, we're building a souvenir shop, and I do have to admit, I am not going for anything that feels like a Cozy Farmstead gift shop. The outside definitely fits the theme that I am going for, and the inside, I don't know, I just wanted to go for a more modern gift shop. So this is probably just built later on, and I actually did try to add like a few of the what's the pack called again? The Barnyard Animal Pack, the signs and whatnot, but it just didn't match at all. So I was just like, yeah, what the heck? I'm just going to add that souvenir shop in here, just how I want it to be, even though it doesn't fit the style at all. But we have a souvenir shop now, and I had a lot of issues actually with the staff. The staff wasn't able to find a path to it, so I had to move around a little bit with that counter thingy to make sure that it would work. In the end of the day, I was able to make it work, and then so the staff is on their place now. They are able to just jump over the counter just like they do with normal shops. But I have not seen a single guest inside of this souvenir shop. So yeah, there are guests walking around on the edge, but I don't know. I hate to say it, but for me, but maybe like with the end tour, it's all going to be fine. But for me, it does feel like the souvenir shops are still broken as hell. They just don't work. Like, they're not game breaking anymore. I guess that's definitely a good thing, but they are just not working. No guests are walking here, or is that just my settings being it on creative mode? I actually really have no idea. Anyways, we do have a souvenir shop, which we're going to fill with mostly just the standard options to fill all these counters and shelves. I mean, it's quite a big souvenir shop, so I kind of don't really feel like adding like these little muck pieces one by one, or like little plushies one by one. So yeah, I'm definitely going the easy way here and just using the options to fill up these shelves automatically. And I just try to put it down like
make it feel pretty organized in the shop, if you can call it that way. So yeah, we're definitely adding a souvenir shop in here, even though I still do feel like, lady, you should have done something with a barnyard vibe, but I just couldn't think of anything when I was creating this, and I just felt like, you know what, it's an indoor shop, and we will not be looking at this shop at all apart from this episode and maybe the tour that we're going to do. So I'm going to forgive myself for not creating a shop that is in a Barnyard Animal Pack style or Cozy Farmstead animal style. I really do hope you guys can forgive me for that. I did have fun creating this more modern looking gift shop though. So I do really hope that you guys do like how I set this all up, and with like the little counter pieces behind the counter piece behind the counter. No, the little shelves behind the counters. So to give an idea that is like some extra storage for when things are maybe empty or whatnot, when guests are trying to purchase stuff, and I have some extra clothing, extra mugs, and some extra what are they called, the puzzles, yeah, just to give this all a nice kind of semi-realistic souvenir shop idea. But I really had issues with the backdrop. Like you see me try a few things. I could have maybe kept it just wood instead, but in the end I just felt like the plaster pieces just worked a lot better. You see me try a little bit, like, oh, are there any pieces that I could use from the Barnyard Animal Pack to decorate the walls with some signs and whatnot. But yeah, in the end I just chose the plaster pieces and all, and also did play around a little bit with some lighting. Even though you're not going to see them, I am going to add some little spots here and there to just create a little bit more of a realistic effect, at least on top of the merge and all, because it does, like, on the inside feel a little bit, I don't know, just a little bit dark maybe. So yeah, those little spots which I do hide then in the ceiling do give a little bit of a better vibe towards the souvenirs and all the walls and stuff. But yeah, nothing super spectacular here. We are going to like clean all the edges and all with some more plaster beams. I actually think I did replace some of them later on with some wooden beams, because it all did feel a little bit too modern, especially when you were looking at the entrance area of the Cozy Farmstead. So the guests will come in from the indoor section, and then there are like 2 toilets, and then they just walk through, which does feel more like a barn. So yeah, in the end, I did change a little bit where this entrance is of the souvenir shop to make it blend in a little bit more with some wooden beams and whatnot. But yeah, the posters, I do really like the posters though, but because the posters just give that extra little touch to the walls, I don't really feel like we can do too much. Like, it's a very low souvenir shop. Like, if it would have been like higher ceilings, I was actually thinking to maybe use like these mural walls with like that tropical river, and then use like some monkeys or something floating around. But in the end, just felt like, okay, we already have monkey and lion merch here, but adding these monkeys on the walls, I was like, okay, this is already a modern gift shop, but let's just not overreact and make this too much of a zoo shop. Like, if we would have had better signs or whatnot, then maybe we could have just used those barnyard signs. But yeah, having the monkey signs, no, that was just too much. Even though I really do love that, and I would love to use that if we would be going for a souvenir shop from different for a different zoo. But for this one, it just doesn't really feel right to me. So we're going to keep it plain with just some lights, as I just said, and then some green
So mostly just green colors to keep it natural, with some brown cabinets here and there. And I guess that just works. And the lighting just definitely gives that extra element, even though they just look hideous on the ceiling. So that's why I just really wanted to put them a little bit above the ceiling to make it feel more realistic. Because no, I just really don't like how they're looking when you have a bunch of them all on the ceiling. But I guess you guys can see what I mean when looking at the footage. So when the souvenir shop was done, and I at least tried to see if it worked, but it didn't, unfortunately, I started working on the entrance. It's not going to be a super spectacular entrance. It's just going to be a barn vibe to it, just like we have at the other shelters and whatnot. We're going to have some of the hay benches, I think we can call it that way. Yeah, I think that's what they're called. I actually did think they were a little bit higher. Like, I don't really find them too matching with like the hay bales that we have. I thought they would be big enough, just like the hay bales instead, but it is what it is. It's totally fine. I did add a few hay beddings here and there also to make it feel like there's just some hay laying around here and there. And then later just realized, like, oh, that's right, we have a roaming peafowl. So yeah, there are chances that we might be seeing some peafowls just sleeping on the hay beds, which is actually just perfect, having like this entrance for this cozy farmstead, and then have some peafowls right there just laying down at the entrance where the guests can see them. I think that's actually not really a bad idea. We're just going to play around a little bit with some wooden beams here and there to make it a little bit more barn-ish vibe, but it's not like a complete barn, but it just gives the charm, I guess. And also to close off the toilet buildings, the front, I didn't really like that. We're going to use a little bit more of the signs of the Barnyard Animal Pack around this entrance, because I do really like the signs. Like, don't get me wrong, I just didn't really feel like they would really match the souvenir shop in the end, but they do really work very nice to decorate this particular entrance. And then we're obviously going to add a lot more of the Barnyard Animal Pack, all the clutter and whatnot, like the bins and the barrels and the milk can and everything else that we did use a lot around all these barns and stuff. But it just really feels right to add these kind of things right over here at the entrance already to welcome our guests at our cozy farmstead area. And then it's time to start working on the restaurant that we're going to add. Now, it could definitely be that the guests are not using the souvenir shops and the restaurant, because I am playing this Sandbox map on creative mode. So that could mean that the guests are just not hungry and not wanting to buy any of the souvenirs. So maybe we should be playing around a little bit with these settings. Nonetheless, we are going to build a restaurant building. Did we ever build one before? Yes, we actually did. We did build one in our city zoo. Now, you do see me playing around a lot with these fences. Now, the fences that we're playing around with right now are the fences, or the boundary at least, for the free roaming peafowls, but they're not free roaming. There's just a habitat, but for the roaming peafowls around this entrance area. And then later on the other side, we are going to start some fences and a habitat for the red fox that we're going to add. Now, we did have some really cool ideas for the red fox, but I'm not going to do too much with that just yet. Like, we will just make sure that we have an area now that they can roam around. What I did do is just lower a little bit of the fence at the chicken coop area, and then add a feeding plate right on the other side of the fence to make it kind of feel like one of the red foxes was able to jump over the fence, kill a chicken, which is super sad, but yeah, kill a chicken, and then when it's eating right over there, then that means that it actually was able to grab a chicken. So something like that, the best idea would be that we would be able to like overlap these null fences and have them roam around these habitats. But unfortunately, I'm just not really able to do that. But let's just talk first about the restaurant that we're building instead of like the habitat that we're going to work on later on. But yeah, we are working on this Cozy Farmstead restaurant. Now, I actually did have a plan. I'm not really sure why or what, but I wanted to have the entrance being more of like this old rustic vibe with a lot of the stone rocks or something with the rocky walls, but it didn't really turn out how I wanted it to be. What I did want was like this kind of awning / roof with some glass. So I didn't want it to be completely glass. I really want to get that rustic older vibe in here with all these unpainted Asia beams that we have right now, and just try to make like this open terrace vibe. I don't know if that's the exact translation for it, but at least like this open area where the guests can just sit down and relax and enjoy the sun if they want to. We're also going to use like these pretty canopies that fit this Barnyard Animal Pack too much, but I probably will never use them ever again in any other series. But they're just perfect for some reason during this series. I really do love it. But yeah, we're also going to add a few of those canopies as well, because it just fit this area too much. But the guests can also still sit inside and just be in the shade as well. So the guests really have an option where they want to be. And also just feel like I must add like a toilet building right in the back of the restaurant. I don't know. Without it, it just doesn't feel like a restaurant to me. I don't know if you guys agree with that. But yeah, it's going to be quite a big, wide and open, what is it? A restaurant again. And we're going to make sure that the inside will all be in the same barnyard shelter style, so a lot of it just really matches this cozy farmstead in the end. But I really did feel like I just wanted to do a little bit still at the entrance with like this rustic wall, and I do feel like this definitely works super well in the end, even though I did make some changes later on with this a doorway instead of like this archway, because in the end I did think that this would look a lot better and a lot less complicated than what I had in mind first, because what I had in my mind was like this bigger tower or something, but it just didn't really feel right when it comes down to the size of it. So yeah, just going for this more simplified entrance works a lot better if you ask me. But yeah, as I said, like on the outside, I did really want to play around with the canopies, because the canopies, the colors of it and like the pattern just are perfect for this cozy farmstead. And I just used a lot of the tables. I wasn't actually able to link all the tables with the restaurant because there were just too many. But yeah, I do really hope I'm able to make it work, because as I said, as of right now, the guests are not hungry maybe, so they're just not using it. And on the other side, I didn't really plan doing this, but in the end, it turned out to be a really nice idea to have like, it feels more like a balcony maybe, where the guests can look down onto the chicken coop that we created. And I actually am really happy because this makes the whole area feel more open and inviting, instead of like closing that whole wall off and just have nothing really. So I hope that makes sense, but I'm just super happy that I chose to keep that all open, and there's like this real nice connection in between the chicken coop on one side and the balcony on the other side. Now, at some point, I did notice that when I click the Peafowl, like, I feel like my settings are sometimes changing without me doing anything. I don't know if you guys have the same, but I put it on creative mode and then all of a sudden my settings are changed again. But anyways, I was clicking my Peafowl, and then I noticed that they were like super dehydrated, even though they were not able to die or whatnot. But I was like, oh shoot, I need to add somewhat of water here to make sure that these Peafowls are able to just drink from a water source. I think I actually did add like this water bowl in one of their episodes, but for some reason the keeper's not able to reach it, or I don't know why, but these Peafowls were just super dehydrated. So adding just this little sip, you can also see them in the speed build. That definitely did work, and it also is nice to see these Peafowls being attracted to this little area of their habitat. So they're actually going to their feeder on one side with like all these cozy, cute little market stands, and then on the other side they are going down to drink some water. So it also will make sure that these animals are using more of their habitat. And I first thought like, okay, maybe it's a fun idea to have the red fox to be able to drink on the other side of this little stream, but I don't really think that the red fox is able to reach that area, but it's not like a super big deal or anything. Like, I think the red fox will right now be using the little water area that we created on the outside of the fences of the donkey and mute swan habitat, which is actually, I feel personally, a better spot for these animals to be able to be attracted to that habitat and to the backside of that habitat, because in the end we definitely want to try to see if we are able to drag the red fox all the way to the other side. So I think that's definitely a better idea. Now, I am cutting a lot of footage here and there because there is also a lot of rock work and a lot of grass work and a lot of foliage work around this whole area that we're doing. So yeah, I don't want to bore you guys too much with the same type of footage. But right now we are going to start working a little bit on the habitat for the red fox. So this is the area where I did lower the fencing a little bit. Actually, I'm not sure. Do we have these type of fences but then separate pieces? I actually don't think so, because also I could have made sure that it was really a broken fence or something like that, but this already gives the vibe. Like, unfortunately, we're just not able to overlap the fences, so we can have the red fox going actually inside of the habitats of the chickens. So we do have to work a little bit with our imagination here to make it feel like the red fox was able to get into the chicken coop and was able to grab one of the chickens and will be eating it from its meat plate on the outside of the fencing. I do really like the idea that that is happening. Obviously, it should not happen too often, but sometimes you will have a naughty red fox doing this, I guess, for the sake of some realism, I guess. I do really love for the person that did give this idea. What I did, I first had like this big area with no fences, but I quickly felt like it was a little bit odd. Like, the guests are not running away or something when they're walking through this red fox habitat. But it was really a little bit weird to have the red fox walking over the path just right in between the guests. So at some point I did change the no fences, the layout a little bit to make sure that the red fox will only sometimes just cross the path where the guests are walking over, instead of just having the no path all the way covering the pathing where the guests are walking over. So yeah, I do feel like that feels realistically a little bit better. We're also going to add another pathway from this chicken coop around the area to the donkey and the mute swan. I kind of just felt like, why not? We're just going to make it not a super obvious path, but yeah, this is a path that the guests just started to use because they were able to freely cross there instead of like walking all the way back through the restaurant. So I guess that this is totally fine. I didn't really plan this pathing, but it just works with the hill and the nature here, so I guess it's all good. It was quite a pain though to fill this whole area. I'm not entirely finished just yet, but to fill it all up with some grass and then the foliage that we're using here and there, so it was quite a work still, and a lot of work still off camera, but I am pretty happy with the end result. So yeah, hopefully you guys do too. So yeah, again, I just don't want to bore you guys too much with all my foliage and grass work and then plant work and then rock work, so we're just going to cut it right over here and jump right into the file, and let me just show you guys around. So let's officially start here at the entrance. So we have 2 toilets here on the left side and just a little spawn point right over here, so they come in and already get like this little shelter vibe feeling, and there are some signs here of the animals that they will be able to see, a few of them obviously, but they do work super nice here. And then they can choose, they can go right here into the Cozy Farmstead and see the Peafowls from here and a cute little sheep, or they go via the modern gift shop that we added, so they can buy some t-shirts and some plushies and have some puzzles and more plushies and some hats or caps and some more clothing and more caps and more plushies. We even have statues here and animal hats and mugs. Oh, are these people actually using the gift shop? Are they? They are! It works! I take back all my words. These people, I don't know why you were walking in the air for just a second. You like this t-shirt? I think he does. Take the capybara one. I would say the capybara one. That one is great. And then they go here and they can get some posters. You can see the posters right over here. There's some more storage here. I think it's great. It works nice. Doesn't fit the Cozy Farmstead, but it's perfect and it works. So I'm happy. I'm super happy. All right, let's see. We can go out here, buy some fresh fruit and some fresh flowers. And we have eggs on this side, yes, and fresh veggies. So that's just perfect. All right, let's go. Because we didn't change too much here at the Peafowl area, but we do now have this restaurant. And I like the view from here. I can totally see kids just walking up and down right over here as well. They're obviously not going to do that right now. Actually, now that I see this fence is actually quite high, isn't it? Okay, we should not pay attention too much to that, but I may have done that. Not exactly the right size now that I see it. Might change that later. Look at these cuties. Oh, you're pretty. Oh, that's cute. Did you see that? That was a little bit weird, glitching through that alpaca. I wanted to say llama again, you guys. Yeah, I do. Okay, so the entrance for the Peafowl habitat, that actually was here, in case you remember. It was somewhere over here. So I did replace it to the restaurant. And I like this. I like this area. It's a little bit like lowered into the ground, and you will have the peafowls also roaming around, and then here we have the red foxes, which we are going to look at later. And here we have it, the Cozy Farmstead restaurant. And is this one now working then? Doesn't look like it, but that might be because of the guests not being hungry then. But they are buying gifts in the shop, so that's at least a good thing. I did use a few of the signs here or there. Also, these buntings, I don't know why, but I just felt like, you know, I should just add a little bit of them because it works to make this feel a little bit more cozy. Should we change the colors to the ones of the canopies maybe? I don't know. It's quite wide here, but I think that's fine. So the guests can walk through here They can sit outside, they can sit in the shade, they can sit in the sun if they want to. There's a little tiny bit of water right over here. It's not dangerous for the kids, so if it's a warm, hot day, maybe the kids are also playing in the water. Could definitely be a thing. As of right now, it feels very, very quiet here. And then the guests can just walk further. We actually do need to add a few of the decals right over here. And walk further here towards the mute swan and the donkeys. We still need to work on this area. We have the pigs and the cattle still that we need to add. Look at this cutie. Aww. Oh, they're so adorable, aren't they? Oh, they're really cute. So yeah, the red fox. So if we just follow this right over here, this is a little bit more hilly, more dangerous path. Like it wasn't supposed to be a path, but the guests just created this like more of a natural path in the end. We have a beautiful view here still. I mean, oh man, the mountains are just breathtaking. Absolutely love this still. And I can obviously go in here into the chicken coop, but that's not where we're going. So this is pretty much so the left side here and the right side here, and then they can sometimes just pass here over the road. I'm talking about the rat fox, obviously. And yeah, they're just simply able to walk around here pretty much everywhere. And then there's like this crossing, I think right over here, because it just didn't feel right. I had a red fox just walking here over the pathing in between all these guests. Like it's quite busy here, so I'm in that regards also really happy that we actually added another pathing right over here. But yeah, so the guests cannot walk here. But if we just continue right over here through the long grass, there is like this little feeding plate here. And you can actually see like one of the red foxes was being naughty, jumped over the fencing right over here, and just took a chicken. They took a chicken! How dare they? But yeah, it's just that little touch of realism, I guess. Look at all these guests. They're all trying to feed the chickens. But yeah, the guests definitely didn't scare away the rat fox that was just able to sneak over here. It's a pity that we're not seeing a rat fox. Let's just see if we can find one. There are many guests. Oh, yeah, okay. I see what's going on here. We might want to check into the fencing real quick because this is not working. So we have the habitat and they're walking just over the fencing here, and I don't really understand why, and that's exactly what I just said. Like the settings, something just feels a little bit off. Like I don't have escapes turned on, so they should not be escaping right over here. I don't know. I feel like there has been an update that just broke it because they're just going straight to the same spot here. And I don't understand why. Like, yeah, it's an escape point. Reversible area. Just click you. They're just constantly escaping. Why? All the other animals are not doing that. Should we just make one big habitat and they could just walk wherever? Like, they're not even being boxed now, which is actually quite funny. They're just roaming around here. Oh, and there they go again. Silly rat fox. Like, these guys are not escaping. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's frustrating to say the least. Can you just stop escaping for just a second? You're pretty though. Oh my goodness, look at this one. Or maybe we should just let them escape, but I hate the alarm ringing. Okay, wait, just 1 second before you being boxed again. Just look how gorgeous. So yeah, we do have rat foxes now. It's not exactly working yet how it should. However, this does feel super fun. to see them roaming around like crazy around the farm. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. Should we or should we not just expand their fences to maybe just like the whole area? We could do that. We could just have the whole area here and then maybe just strategically just add a few feeding plates here and there or toys, so they're being attracted to a certain point where there's maybe a fence broken or whatnot. Or do you guys have any other really fun suggestions to do with the rat fox? I mean, oh, you're so beautiful. I'm so happy that we added them. I miss these guys. They're really pretty. Let me know in the comments down below if you have any suggestions and anything else. Definitely let me know what you guys think of the gift shop that we did and the restaurant and the entrance and of course the start of the habitat for the rat fox and how we can continue from here. Let me know in the comments down below. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it and subscribe of course if you haven't already. And yeah, I just really do hope to see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye guys! And today we're here with the final speed build episode of our Cozy Farmstead Barnyard series. And I'm actually very excited about this one because a few weeks ago, I would not have thought that we would actually be finishing this series anytime soon because I really didn't feel super inspired for it. But I really tried to push myself being like, hey, if there is going to be a new Planet Zoo pack, probably the final pack very soon, hopefully in a few weeks or so, I better just try and at least finish one of our ongoing series. Or Eco Island Park is still a question, but we at least are able to say like, hey, we did finish another series. So I don't feel like I'm disappointing you guys too much by starting too many series without them finishing them up. So I'm just feeling super good about the fact that this one we can actually call finished after this episode, which is just amazing. Now before we continue, if you are still looking for a Planet Zoo pack, definitely make sure to check out the sponsor of our channel, Instant Gaming, because via their website you can get a great discount on all Planet Zoo packs, but also games like The Sims, Farming Simulator, Manor Lord, Little Kitty, Big City, City Skylines, Fable Them, and so many other great games. And by buying via their website, you will get a great discount and you will also be supporting the channel. You can find a link to their website in the description of this video and in the pinned message of the comment section, so you can easily find it. Now, back to, of course, what we are building. We did quite a lot during this series. We added pretty much all the Barnyard Animal Pack animals in this series, but we also did add a few other animals that you are not able to find in those type of packs. And we have a few bonus animals, which I'm not entirely sure. Yes, you probably will see them later on. But if you want to take a guess right now, before having a peek at the end of this video, let me know in the comments down below what 2 animals you think I added as well, next to the Tamworth pig that we're going to add, what we are working on right now, and the Highland Cattle animal that we're going to add to this series as well. So yeah, we are working on the indoor area right now of the Tamworth pig. Now for this habitat, I actually really wanted to try and see if I was able to get more of like this muddy vibe to this outdoor area, because I really do felt like having this all green and grassy, it's not really going to fit the Tamworth pig too much. So I really tried to challenge myself a little bit to give it more of like a muddy colored feeling. I do have to say, like at some point I was like, okay, this is pretty much what I wanted to add. And then I just felt like, it's so plain comparing to the rest of all the other habitats and all this. So I did later on decided to add more and more shrubs and grass and all to the outdoor area, because I don't know, I just feel like it feels more realistic and fits more of the rest of the
Cozy Farmstead that we are working on. Now, what is actually quite funny is that we have like this quite a big open area still behind this shelter building for the Tamworth Pig. And at some point I was like, yeah, I'm just going to close this one. Like no one will see that it's still an open area. Like it's on the opposite side of the souvenir shop that we created in the previous video. I think it was the previous video. Yes, it was. So, and then later on I was like, oh shoot, I actually need more staff builders in here. So it was just perfect how I laid out this whole area in the end. And how I was able to use exactly that space to add like a veterinarian and another keeper hut and move the staff building because else they would not even fit. So I don't know how I did it, but I actually did plan out this whole map pretty well, if I may say so myself. So I'm actually super happy with that. But the Tamworth Pig habitat is not super big or anything. It's just a small area. I just didn't really feel like giving these animals a super big area, even though they're actually quite big animals. But for some reason, if I think of that might actually be sad, but if I think of a Tamworth Pig habitat in real life, then most of the time these are like quite smaller habitats, aren't they? Which is probably just super sad because these animals do need more space. It's more ethical to give them more space, but I don't know, for some reason I just felt like making this a more tiny area. And then later on when we're going to work on the Highland Cattle habitat, that one will definitely be a lot bigger because we have quite some space left still on top of this mountain that we're working on. We sometimes do forget, but we have this beautiful mountain around it, which like the view is just so stunning. So I'm just still so happy that we actually found this mountain map, which was actually not even that far hidden. You just need to know where it is. So yeah, super happy with the map that we chose. I think it's just perfect for this cozy little farmstead that we are building on top of a mountain. I think it just works super well. Now, obviously, we're not going to do like a super big tour or anything at the end of this video. I am going to show you guys a little bit of the habitats, maybe with only some cinematic shots, and then obviously we're going to do one more zoo tour to be able to share with you guys everything that we did and how everything just fits together. It was quite a challenge to fill everything up because there's so much land and it's all so hilly and inclined. So having just grass on top of it, it's such a pain in the, so yeah, that was quite a thing. But back to the Tamworth Pig habitat. They don't want to add too much on the inside because I just feel like the shelter building should be pretty plain, but just having a few fences here and there really makes the area a lot more interesting quite fast. So that works super well. Just have like this water throw. I don't really feel like adding the water pipe too often. I only do it. If you see me, you see that I added like this water pipe, the ugly water pipe, somewhere around the zoo. That's mostly because the staff members are just not able to keep up with filling the water throws that I'm adding in the zoo. So I did add some water throws in pretty much all the habitats, but when I actually had a Highland cattle dying because of dehydration, which is annoying because I have all my Sandbox settings turned this way that the animals are pretty much not able to die. I think, oh well, maybe I did turn that on for just a little second. Anyways, I did turn that on because I had like this overload of animals everywhere. So I had like a lot of Radnor Sheep and a lot of Sussex Chickens, and I was like, okay, maybe I should just turn that on, and at the same time just make sure that the Tamworth Pig and the
Highland Cattle are able to get some babies, so I had to change some settings. So that's what I indeed did. And I did add water throws in all the habitats. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I also did that for the Highland Cattle. But yeah, one of them just died of dehydration, which is just so frustrating because you try to make it all work, but then yeah, the settings are just really messing up, just like the red foxes trying to escape every once in a while. But we will talk about that later on, because I did try to kind of have a workaround for that. But yeah, as you can tell, like, this is the part while I decided that I really wanted to add more shrubs and grass and whatnot in this Tamworth pig habitat, because it just, like, I added that, like, that red grass, dry grass. I just searched for dry, and then you will get all the dry pieces in there. So you also have, like, we did use a lot of the buffalo grass around the whole map pretty much. And so I decided to just use the dry buffalo grass in here, because then it would just feel a little bit more natural in a way, and just keep on adding. Like, also that other shrub that I'm adding right now, that is exactly the same shrub that I use, but then the green purple version in all the other habitats. I was like, you know, this is actually just a perfect shrub to also add in here, because I really just felt like this habitat was way too plain. And I don't know, I just feel like this definitely works a lot better and looks a lot better than only the red grass, even though it might be just a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm actually happy with how this whole vibe is, and also with, like, that tree with that little fence around it. I actually realized at this point that I barely used this log trick with, like, the rotation all and random rotation turned on. I use this so often in all of my other builds, but for some reason I actually kind of forgot to add that in most of the habitats that we created throughout this area. Now at this point, I still have my doubts, like, am I going to upload the Tamworth Pig episode separately from the Highland Cattle? And I was like, you know what, I kind of feel like, also looking at the last episode that we added with this series, that the Barnyard Animal Pack was a great pack, but it just, the hype didn't last for too long. And maybe that is also one of the reasons why, for me, I kind of at some point just didn't feel super inspired anymore to continue it. So yeah, trying to add another episode to this series, while the series is not, like, super exciting anymore for many people, because they're like, yeah, I've seen the Barnyard Animal Pack and the animals right now way enough. So yeah, that was pretty much the reason also for myself to just be like, you know what, let's just go and continue working on this map, and just be sure to finish it up, so we have 2 different habitats in this episode. And this is just our way to finish up this area and finish up this series. And the only thing we have to do now is just make a zoo tour, and maybe, just maybe, I still have my hopes up when the zoo tour will go up next week. And I do really hope you guys will still enjoy the zoo tour as well, even though you may have seen all the episodes separately. But yeah, when that will go up, maybe soon after, we will get another announcement or finally an announcement, I should say, for another Planet Zoo pack. And that will be just great, because that would be such a smooth transition into something new. Like, you guys know, I've been talking about a new series for quite some time. I have so many really great ideas, but it's just really holding me back to the fact that, hey, we might be getting a really nice last pack with some really cool fan favorites, and I'm so much hoping there is a walrus going to be in there. But, like, I have, like, a plan for a series which
I kind of feel like a walrus or some of the other animals like the secretary bird, if that would be in there, which is very likely at this point because there was like this Planet Coaster dictionary. I'm not really sure where that is. Eben told me about this, but there was like this Planet Coaster dictionary somewhere where they like gather words from the Planko language, which is being used for Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. And so there are like words in there of like dolphins and moray eels and stingrays, but also words like not the walrus actually, but the secretary bird is one of them. And there was like a baboon or something in there, and another something with a tree kangaroo, I think. So there are words in there that, like the dolphins, yeah, we're not gonna get dolphins for Planet Zoo. The dolphins are referring to the dolphins, inflatable things that you see in Planet Coaster 2. The moray eels are like this what is it called? The moving things, the VFX or animatronics. That's the word I was looking for. The animatronics for Planet Coaster 2. And the moray, no, not the moray eels. The stingrays are also like these floating things in Planet Coaster 2. So yeah, that's definitely a mixture of type of words that some of them could be for Planet Zoo because they are animals, but they are actually for Planet Coaster 2. But yeah, things like the baboon and the kangaroo and the secretary bird, those type of animals are definitely very likely to be next for the last Planet Zoo pack, being like fan favorites. But yeah, I'm still very, very, very hoping for the walrus to be in there as well. That would be just super amazing. But yeah, the plans that I have, yeah, some of these animals just don't really fit in there. And if I start a new series right now and I get a new pack and I feel like I want to start something new again, that just would mess up a lot of my plans. And I just don't want to start two new series at the same time. That just doesn't make sense to me at this point, and it would just be hard to try and combine that, because at some point we will also get our hands on Planet Coaster 2, of course, which we'll need some time for. So I'm super happy that I will be working a fewer day in only 2 weeks from now. So hopefully in October I'm able to relax a little bit still, and then maybe the end of October or November or maybe later, I actually don't know, we will get our hands on Planet Coaster 2. What am I actually talking about? I was still thinking that you guys were not aware of the fact that Planet Coaster would drop on the 6th of November. They actually did tell me a little bit earlier, so I was able to plan it out with my job, but I didn't know the exact day. But yeah, so maybe at the end of October, I will hopefully get some early access or whatnot, which I'm obviously not allowed to talk about when it is actually a thing, but we all know that for some reason, not really, but we all know that content creators are most likely always able to play a game before it launches, just like they do with all the packs with Planet Zoo, with all the packs from Planet Coaster. So yeah, hopefully somewhere end of October, I'm able to get my hands on Planet Coaster 2. And then we are able to like divide our time into the 2 games. Now I do kind of feel like Planet Coaster 2 will be somehow, I don't know. There are definitely questions about how easy it is to build in the game, but especially when I looked at the fact like how much time went into this series, for example, with like adding the grass and all the trees around the habitat and inside of the habitat, and the scenery brush in Planet Coaster 2, I kind of feel like that is going to save us so much money. But on the other hand, Planet Coaster 2, you will not need to create like these big open fields of animal habitats and all, because it's all theme parks related. So you might need that maybe for like a coaster if you want to have that more in like a plain open field or in between some trees and all. But I'm not really the coaster person, so I don't really see myself using
the scenery brush for that too much, but more of like filling up the areas around your theme park. But yeah, I think the scenery brush is definitely one of the things that makes me super excited for the game, because it makes life so much easier. But I do hope that there will be improvements of the building system, because it definitely doesn't feel the same for what I can tell. Like, I haven't been able to try and build too much myself, but I have been watching, of course, on some videos of other creators that did attempt to build some stuff and did say that it feels very much built for a controller and for the console edition, so it kind of not feels super easy to use as we are used to with like Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo. So yeah, that's definitely going to be the question. But yeah, hopefully that's going to be fun to build in as well. But it also, the playtest also definitely did, or playtest I call it, but it was like a hands-on on Planet Coaster too. But it also did make me realize how much I really love Planet Zoo as well. I started my channel with Planet Coaster, but I always did feel like Planet Zoo really made my channel. And Planet Zoo just is like so deeply in my heart. I love Planet Zoo so much, and it really made me realize when I started playing Planet Coaster too, like I love Planet Coaster the genre as well, but I do not want to stop playing Planet Zoo. And I do really hope that if the third TMS game, which I really do feel like at this point is going to be Planet Zoo 2, which should be launching then in 2026, that it will be, it will be with aquariums or something. Like the water parks are definitely not a selling feature for Planet Coaster 2, so it makes total sense to me that Planet Zoo 2 will then include aquariums. So then we will be able to create some really cool extra things together with like a lot of the animals of Planet Zoo. That's obviously for a different type of video, but I think that is definitely going to be great, as long as they're not going to give in like they're doing right now with Planet Coaster with like the building part. Like, I would love a scenery brush in Planet Zoo 2 as well. So I think that would be definitely great. But yeah, we just have to wait and see. Let's just not I don't know how to say that, but let's not try to judge the Planet Coaster 2 too much in advance. Let's just wait until we get our hands on it and see how building will work. Like, it was an early build, so we just have to wait and see. Hopefully things will be easier but not limited. That's the only worry I have a little bit, that some things are just not really possible, or you're not able to do it as quickly because they just built the game in such a way that it's harder and harder to do. I don't know. Let's just wait and see how the game will be. And then from there, we can also just try and figure out, like, okay, what could also be improved for a game like Planet Zoo. Like, I think a lot of people, including me, were like, yeah, we don't need another game. But if things are being made easier, and especially with like this scenery brush, or like just how many rocks did I place down everywhere? If I would be able to just add these rocks into a scenery brush and just put it down so much easier in a natural way, I think that would be just super fantastic. Anyways, we are working on the Highland Cattle habitat right now, which also includes a lot of buffalo grass, which was such a pain. So you can tell from a lot of things that are very repetitive that I try to cut it out as much as possible, because as of right now, this is, what is it, episode 7? I'm sure that you guys have seen enough of the grass, putting down the grass, putting down rocks, putting down grass, putting down rocks, putting down trees, putting down everything. Like, it's all pretty much the same, but it just works super well for this whole Cozy Farmstead, because I was like, I had to like put a lot of this stuff also around the habitat, because this mountain is quite big. And yeah, I obviously want to make sure that whenever guests are walking through this habitat, for example, that you still have like this beautiful view that we have from the mountain, and then everything also being nicely filled up and all. Later on, I did decide to add 2 extra bonus animals in here, so that is also super exciting. It doesn't work super duper well, but at least I tried, because yeah, I think these 2 animals also do deserve a nice spot on this cozy farmstead. So yeah, I tried to add it, and hopefully you guys do like it. So yeah, without further talking, let's just jump right into the map and show you guys a little tiny bit before I show everything to you guys with the final tour. Okay, great. So change of plans. I removed the bonus animals just a little longer, so you guys still have a chance to just guess what 2 other animals I did add in somewhere in this cozy farmstead. So let me know in the comments down below, and then in the zoo tour that we're going to do, I call it a zoo tour, but actually it's a farm tour, then I will reveal to you guys what animals are added. So here, okay, wrong buttons, lady. Here we have the Tamworth Pig indoor area, and I used the same type of glass that we used for the shop that we have on the other side. Look at these little piglets. Oh my goodness, they are so cute. I actually was looking at one of the Tamworth pigs like using the mud pool, and it was just so exciting. They're so cute. Like, still my warthogs are my favorites, but these guys are definitely also super adorable. And I actually also forgot to mention, like, these piglets are now like super dirty and all. And at first I thought, oh, they're dirty, I need to add like a sprinkler. And I was like, no, pigs just need to be dirty, right? I mean, that just looks so much more realistic, I guess. See, here's like one of the water throws that I said. Like, I'm a little bit curious, like, why this one is the only one being dirty right now, but it is what it is. So they have some toys here. They can sleep here wherever they want. I actually just realized that I didn't give them a food spot, so that's why the keeper is throwing food on the floor. No, I did add. I added like these barrels, but they're probably just not enough, or they're not using it. I actually am not sure. I love that you see the barn here from the American Standard Donkey and the Mute Swans. I think this is an I didn't intend it to be like this, but this is a really nice peek through to the other side of the farmstead. So we have, okay, is there one? Oh gosh, oh my goodness, look at this little one. Oh, it's so funny to see them play in the mud. And there are so many of them, so they're all just really enjoying this. Look at these 2 just sleeping right next to each other. Okay, no, that one is not sleeping. Just look at that face of it. It's so happy. Oh, this is hilarious. They're all having so much fun in this mud pool, which is exactly what you want them to do. Just enjoy the mud pool that you created for them. But yeah, it's a tiny habitat, but it just works super well. I think it just looks super nice with the more dried colors here and all the sand. Well, we don't really have a mud color, unfortunately, but I think this looks super nice. And then the guests can also just stand here and enjoy this little playtime in the mud pool, I guess. So yeah, we fixed this up. I decided to create a little bit of a forest on the edges so we can actually close it off. I think it looks a lot better if you see it from the top as well. That does mean there's more shade here in the habitats as well. So this is the Highland Cattle barn. So we have some hygiene stations right over. Oh, now you are naughty. So what I actually tried to do at some point was like, you know, I have I don't know. This rat fox has definitely escaped. Now, this is exactly what you want to happen. Where are you going? Ah, it could just walk through the fence here. Oh, wow. Oh, you serious? Okay, never mind. We just pretend that they're able to walk underneath there. But I actually at some point thought like, oh, that's a good idea. Just make sure that you have no vet. So the vet cannot catch them, right? And then it turned out that I had like boxed animals everywhere, especially when I turned on death for just a little bit. So I had like all these boxes and then I added vets again. And then they just stood still there at the box. And I was like, oh my goodness, this game is so broken. Trying to figure out how we can do this. But yeah, now I did try. Oh man, you are so beautiful. Let's just check what kind of color you have. Long blonde fur. It's beautiful, isn't it? Wow. I love the blonde color. But okay, so now I tried to... look, there is the fox again. This is so funny. Oh, this is exactly what I wanted. Actually, now this is obviously not how it should work, but yeah, that's just great. But I tried to add like some elephant grass on the edges, so they're not able to escape everywhere. But yeah, they are able to walk through this habitat, which is actually just quite funny. Okay, so let's go in here. Guests are obviously just walking everywhere. There are some hygiene stations here in the back as well. Not really sure what you are looking at. I do have to admit that the barnyard stuff, it lacks so many pieces, so it all feels so much of the same constantly. Look at this little calf. Oh, you're so cute. Oh my goodness. They are definitely one of the cutest in-game. Like, you have the buffalo babies are also super adorable, but the fur and, oh man, yeah. I love these babies. They are so freaking cute. So we can walk all the way around here. The guests can also just walk through here if they want to. Now, they're not using it too often. Oh, look at the fox is walking even here. Oh, that's fantastic. It's okay, we have actual free roaming fox. There's another fox right over there. Oh my god, okay. I'm so happy about that. That at least works how I want to. So yeah, there is like this big area here and oh, there we go. And I just really wanted to make sure that you can still see a little bit of the view here and there. I mean, we are on this fantastic mountain. So, okay, this is maybe a little bit empty, but it's not, like, bothering me too much. But, like, you should just be able to see the view. Could have just closed this all off with trees and all. But no. We are just enjoying the view. Like, you could potentially, if I upload this file to the Steam Workshop, which I will do when I did the zoo tour, you could potentially just start working on this whole map still. And create your own zoo if you want to. Like, I don't know if you can do much with the mountain still, but you could try. You could definitely try. Oh, I forgot to do this backside. Okay, we just walk like this. We just do it like this. Oh, I actually didn't realize how big of a tail these guys have. Oh, I didn't see that before. Oh, that's so funny. And, okay, yeah, this is because of the dehydrating cattle. And here you can also look in this beautiful area here. I think it's really nice how it works with like the height elevations and all, and like the water. I just walked around myself to try and see like, okay, what areas do I still need to fill up with some foliage, and it all looks really beautiful. Like I don't know if it's exactly how I intended it to be. But yeah, I'm definitely really happy with the end result and how lush and cozy it all feels to me. So I do really hope you guys do agree with that. Just look at the blonde fur. Isn't that fantastic? I hope we are able to see a little calf later on. with that same color, that would be just super amazing. But okay, gonna leave it here because I obviously want you guys to go and watch the zoo tour as well next week. Would really mean a lot to me. Let me know what you guys think of this last speed build video of our Cozy Farmstead series, and let me know your guesses of the 2 animals that I added as a bonus, and hopefully maybe these surroundings give you a little hint about what I did add as a little bonus to this series. I'm super excited to see who will get it right, like both of the animals. Let me know in the comments down below. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And today we're finally here with our Cozy Farmstead built on a mountain zoo tour, and I'm super excited to share this one with you guys, and also just super happy in general that we were able to finish another little project in Planet Zoo. So we're now ready to start something new, so definitely stay tuned for that. But first things first, let's go and check out our cozy little farmstead made with mostly the Barnyard Animal Pack animals, but also some extra animals, including some bonus animals. So we're going to start right over here at the entrance, and we're just going to skip this. We don't really have to wait and see. There are some toilets right over here in case you're wondering where those guests are coming from. So we have this cute little entrance. It has not been long ago since we actually built this. We have some hay benches here and there, just to give the idea that this is actually also a barn. It is pretty much a shelter, of course, for the Indian peafowls that are roaming around here. But let's just first go to, yeah, okay, maybe the shop that doesn't really fit the area too much, so we can just continue. Yeah, they're broken. They're broken. They're it's not really working. These guys are assigned to the souvenir shop, but it's not really working, unfortunately, still. But we have a little souvenir shop right over here. This guy is actually doing his job, so this looks pretty cool. I like this. This is a little bit of storage as well for the staff right over here. But yeah, it's just not really working. So we do have a little entrance or exit right over here with a very cute little market. We have some fresh fruit right over here, some fresh flowers, obviously stuff that is coming from the barnyard or however you want to call it. We have some fresh eggs right over here. We actually have guests buying fresh veggies from this little store. I have not seen these guests actually using this stuff before, so I'm just super happy that some things are actually being used. But this is definitely an area that I still really like, how it's overgrown and just cluttered and a little bit messy here and there. I think it works super nice, and we now have a really nice view here onto this restaurant on this side on the left. We have this tire. Someone actually came up with this idea, and I just really loved it, and it works super well with this, what was this again? The sausage tree or something like that. Okay, so let's just continue. We can go via this path to this cozy, well, no, we're not gonna call every habitat cozy, but yeah, a little habitat here for the hill Radnor sheep and the alpacas, which I have been calling llamas so often. I had to reduce so many of the sheep here because we had like way too many in here. They were breeding like crazy, honestly. And we can go around here. We can actually go and look inside of the barn, but also we should not forget that this is on a mountain, so we have these beautiful little peek throughs here and there of the freaking amazing view. It's been like 8 or 9 episodes and I still cannot get over the freaking insane view from this mountain. I so much love it that we actually built a zoo on top of this mountain. So yeah, we have a little shelter building here, also a little bit inspired of the Przewalski's horse habitat that we did for Tropical Franchise Zoo. could not help myself, but I just really love the layout of that shelter building. We have a lot of sheep inside here as well. They're all going inside as if it's starting to rain or something. But yeah, super happy with that shelter building. And if we now go back right over here, we can actually go 2 ways. I wonder which one we should go first. Let's just go here. We have the goat habitat. I actually forgot. Is it what kind of goat is this? The Alpine goat. I thought for a second that it was a different goat. But we have these little... Oh, you're so cute. Is this this Oreo? Yes, it is Oreo. Oh, Oreo is dehydrated. Yeah. Some things in Sandbox mode seem to be a little bit broken, unfortunately. But you grew up so fast. You're so beautiful. Oh my goodness, yeah. So these were actually meant to be like these little baby feeding spots. So this would be closed, and you have all these baby goats right over here and right over here, and the guests can just climb into these little baby areas and then give them a little bottle or something like that. You know what I mean? That was definitely inspired of something that I experienced and saw in real life, but yeah, unfortunately it doesn't really work that way in this game. But it's totally fine. We get the idea, right? So we can go inside of this habitat, this beautiful grassland, and it's all looking so pretty. Oh, look at the black one. Oh, well, it's actually, is it dark brown? Oh yeah, the black fur, yes, noir. But yeah, it all looks so beautiful with the hills. It definitely was a pain in the butt to do. You going to play with that? Are you actually? Oh, you're not. With the hills and then putting down the grass, and also not having guests walk everywhere. You can use a lot of the elephant grass to make sure that you can direct the people a little bit. But yeah, just enjoy the view here. Like this guy knows what he's doing. He just stood here and enjoyed the view for a second. But yeah, the goats can actually just walk down all the way up here as well, which is really nice. Look how steep it is. It's actually insane. I remember doing this and it was like such a pain in the butt to do. But it's like definitely worth it to do because it looks so beautiful from so many angles. Really love the view from down here, looking up to that shelter building. Looks super nice. So yeah, the guests can walk around here. It's not as overcrowded as it was in the beginning, so I'm super happy with that. And we can go around here. Oh yes, that's right. We have the Tamworth Pig habitat now. They have a little indoor area right over here. Nothing too spectacular. And then a little bit more of a dried vibe in here. Look at all these little piglets. Oh, and they're also dirty. I did have a little sprinkler right over here, but then I realized like how cool it actually is to have these dirty pigs around here. So I actually wanted to avoid them washing themselves. Oh, look at these two play. Oh, that was so cute. But yeah, I just didn't want them to wash themselves because it actually looks so much better and so much more real to have these dirty pigs walking around here. I mean, you know what I mean, right? You don't want to have clean pigs in here. It just doesn't feel real. Are you going to play in a mud pool for me? Please? He's having second thoughts. Are you? Are you going to enjoy the mud bath? Oh, look at that. I just can't get enough of pigs doing this. Oh, it's so cute, isn't it? And now it's even more dirty than it was already. There are a lot of pigs in here. Way too many, actually. So here we have the Highland Cattle. You see a little naughty rat fox walking around here as well. And they have just this beautiful barn right over here. A really big barn. This one has like these hygiene stations here in the back to make sure that the guests will use most of the barn or whole of the barn. And I do really like that idea, so that they're actually really using this. Actually, do you feel like these Highland cattle are so tiny? We could have changed the fencing right over here a little bit, maybe to make it a little bit smaller. But well, you get the idea. And they can walk all the way around here. This beautiful light fur Highland Cattle walking around as well. Oh, we have another fox right over here. Those naughty foxes. And we have some babies walking around. You see, this lady also does understand what she just has to do, because it's just so pretty here. Just looking down. Like, you can download this zoo if you want to and just go and build everywhere down here. You could do that. You could definitely do that if you want to. Like, you don't even have to stick with a barnyard, I guess. You can do whatever you want. But I like this. I think it looks cute. I actually forgot to decorate that, so we just pay attention. We just pretend that we did not see that. Here we go. Here we go. Some bonus animals in here. It's not working. Oh, there's another fox. It's not working exactly how I was hoping it would do, because I was actually hoping this is connected to the red fox habitat, that the fallow deer would actually be more herding on this side, but it turns out, hi beauty, I like this being a little forest, by the way. Oh. Happens so often off camera as well. Where was that little one? I saw that little one standing with its mom. I think it was right over here. But yeah, just have a herd here of fallow deers. But yeah, as soon as they get boxed and something... oh, it's so hard. And something happens... Oh, look, yeah. Then they get all the way to the entrance of the rat fox, unfortunately. And then it turns out that they're just walking here through the gas. So it's the idea. These beautiful animals. But they're so gorgeous. So I really do like it. And they just really fit this cozy farmstead, if you ask me. So this was actually pretty much of a dead end. Now there will be fallow deer walking around in between, but we are just going to follow the other side here. So the guests will also do the same. I actually thought there was a path in between, but I might be confused with the from the chickens. There might be another pathing. But we have some baby peafowls, beautiful males, but they're all just laying down here like, yeah, I couldn't care less about all these people walking around. So we can just continue. And then we have the little farm market stalls again. And then here we have the restaurant. So if we go into the restaurant like that, we can actually see guests eating now. So this definitely feels a lot more real. These guests are just enjoying their pizza and their burger. And then you have a nice view here onto the chicken coop. Yeah, you can see the... they now need to walk all the way to the other side, which they don't. So yeah. It's okay. It's okay. And the Peafowls can also roam around right over here. We have some guests eating ice creams and burgers and pizzas. And then we can go all the way around here. And then we get to the donkey and mute swan habitat. Look at all these beautiful animals right over here. Gosh, I just love the mute swan. They're just so pretty. Look at these. What are you gonna do? Oh, they look like they're in love. Aww. That's so cute, isn't it? But it doesn't look like they're going to do anything. We have some baby mute swans. So adorable. And they can actually, well, they cannot really, but we pretend that they are able to also swim right over here. Actually, I'm not sure. We have a red fox right over here. I'm actually not sure if I would extend the fencing, if they would be able to walk here. But I think this is also a way for the the fallow deer to go to this side. So this is the only way for them to go there. So we have a shelter building here. I like it that all the shelter buildings are a little bit different from each other. So it's not like, oh yeah, just, well, they're not they're not decorated differently, because obviously the Barnyard Animal Pack doesn't really offer too much stuff, unfortunately. But I mean, like, the shape of the shelters are all a little bit different, so I do really like that. I like this. I actually didn't notice that you guys have like this stripe on your back. That looks so awesome. Look at this one. This one has it too. This one doesn't. This one is like Donkey from Shrek. He looks so cool. I'm tempted to call him Donkey. Look at the little one. I love that little stripe. I never noticed that stripe before. Is that like, is it called? No, it's just called black brown fur. This one doesn't have a stripe either, of course. This one has like beautiful spots here and there. So we have a little building here as well. We have a hand sanitizer here, or hygiene station, I should say. And we have some eggs here of the swans, pretending that this is their little nest area. It's a cute little building, but it works super well. And then the guests can walk all the way up here together with the animals, enjoy the beautiful view again, which we now did see 100 of times. But it just never gets boring, I guess. And then I wonder if we can see the other animals that I added. Oh, look, look, look! There is, it's a little raccoon. I added little raccoons in here as well, because these naughty animals could also not be missed on a Cozy Farmstead, right? So now you guys know the bonus animals are the fallow deer and the adorable raccoons. I just couldn't help myself. I just feel like having some raccoons walking here and there just fits super well. If you would not be floating in the air. They're just so cute, aren't they? I really wish I really wish we could like overlap the traversable area, or I should have made just one big one, but it is what it is. Just look how beautiful it all looks. I'm so happy, like, now that everything is pretty much filled up, like how well it all fits together and how nicely it works. Yeah, very happy with the end result, even though in the beginning I wasn't entirely sure how it would all look. Oh yeah, so this is the little path that I thought was in the middle right over here, but there is actually not a path. But I guess can walk here. Oh, we have another fox crossing here. So yeah, we have a lot of fallow deer now, just walking everywhere and just jumping everywhere. It is what it is, I guess. And last but not least, we have a little chicken coop. Also, guests can just use the hygiene stations here and they can walk inside, which is really neat. And there are some eggs here and there. We have some little chicks running around. Beautiful roosters. We also should have the black rooster now. Also, the little babies should be colored, although I do only see white chicks walking around. But I'm super happy with this chicken coop. I think it looks super nice. Oh, look, that's the black and white rooster. But where? I don't see... I think we saw one in one of the recent zoo tours. But I don't know. For some reason, I don't see any black or brown chicken. I'm not really sure how they're called. But yeah, definitely really cozy area. This is also the idea that the red fox is able to like jump over the fencing. There's like a plate hidden around here. So yeah, sometimes they would just kill a chicken to eat. And that is what sometimes happens on a farm. So I tried to resemble that a little bit. And I think it just works super nicely still, even though we are not really seeing it in action. But that's also due to the fact that the sandbox mode. So yeah, not everything is turned on. Look at them all with this chick, and this chick is just like, yeah, I'm okay with this. But yeah, very happy with also this adorable chicken coop that we created. I do feel like these guests are all just fast walking. Like, these guests are normally walking, and then these guys are like in a fast forward mode or something like that. Not really sure. Also just nice that you have a little view here onto the restaurant, and the guests can just walk all the way up here again and go back to the restaurant. Yeah, this is the entrance of the follow there, unfortunately. I just had no idea where else to put the guest gate, because there is like a lot of, oh, I think it's sticking through, but there are a lot of staff buildings at the back side here of the souvenir shop. So it all was just fitting, and I wasn't really able, oh, look at the box flying, passing by. But I was just able to fit it all in. So to have these bonus animals right over here, yeah, this was pretty much the only way. And I tried to put them all in this little forest area, but yeah, they just get boxed whenever. That's definitely due to a bug, because they get boxed whenever they go over a little over the fencing right over here, and which they should not do, because I did disable escaping. But yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It was definitely a fun journey. Not entirely sure at this point. Like, the Barnyard Animal Pack is definitely really great addition, but I did feel like, and I feel like some others feel the same, like, for a whole series with all these animals, it doesn't feel as exciting as building a zoo with different type of animals, having like cats and gorillas and whatnot. So it's fun. It's definitely fun to play around with the Barnyard Animal Pack if you're into these animals, and to create a small little area with them. But I'm also very, very much looking forward to be creating another zoo again. That is definitely something I'm very much looking forward to. So definitely stay tuned for that. We're going to have a very fun new adventure on the channel with Planet Zoo, but then with a mini zoo. We're not going to build a super big park or anything, so we have the freedom to do whatever. But obviously we're going to wait, because there is news on its way for Planet Zoo. There is a new pack, a new animal pack on its way. We do really know 3 animals. What was it again? The baboon, the palace cat, and some kind of hoofed animal. We do know that the African jaguar is on its way as well, with a free anniversary update. So exciting times ahead of us, guys. So definitely stay tuned for that. But obviously, do let me know in the comments down below what you guys all think of this cozy farmstead barnyard built on top of a mountain in Planet Zoo. Leave a like at this video if you guys enjoyed it, and subscribe, of course, if you haven't already. And yeah, I just really do hope to see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys so much for watching. Bye, guys!